Hello everyone. Welcome back to Ludo History. Welcome back to God of War Ragnarok for the last time. And to join me, as always, we have my good friends on the Power of the Internet's Overly Sarcastic Productions. You know them, you love them. Say hi, everyone.
Hello.
Thanks for having us here. We're jazzed to be bringing it home and finishing up the series.
Very
Heck
excited
yes.
for God of War 5, Dad of Boy 2, Ragnarok.
Exactly. We're going to Gods and Wars today, and there will be lots of murder. It's going to be a good time. But yeah, this is the finale of this series, which has been just an absolute joy. Over, what, 10 streams now? We had 7 different guests representing a huge array of fields and perspectives on Norse mythology. A bunch of very dear people, a lot of phenomenal conversations. Plus, getting to actually play through here, so it has been an absolute delight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we've got a lot of stuff to get done, so we are not going to waste very much time. But I do have a couple of announcements before we get in. Firstly, if you look right below, you'll notice compared to previous streams, things have changed. And so today is actually the first God of War stream was the premiere of the new overlays, and today is the premiere of the new logo and identity for Ludo History going forward. This is commissioned by or made by long-term community members, longtime community member AC Esquire, who did phenomenal work. So our little who is it right here? This little bunny rabbit streamer in this beautiful 14th century style puzzle initial is going to be the logo for the channel going forward. Relatedly, this is the last beats I was waiting on to get started on merch. So if you are just tuning in or have been awaiting this for a long time alike, expect Leo History merchandise for the first time ever coming summer 2023.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh,
it's
nice.
great. And to everyone tuning in, thank you all for the follows, subscriptions, math 7077 with the 28 months. Huge. Freaking incredible amount of time. I can't believe I've been doing it for this long. So, relatedly though, if you are enjoying this, do make sure you hit that follow button, because it helps support the channel a lot, and we are so close to that $3,000 one. So, I hope you are all excited. First one catching live, can't wait. Neither can we. It's going to be a great time. So do make sure you hit that follow button. Do make sure you consider subscribing to help support the channel more. But we do a huge variety of stuff, a lot of collaborative endeavors, a lot of chill vibes. So if you enjoy this sort of thing, make sure you tune in for other streams and hit that follow button to be notified.
Ooh.
So, I think that's it. Oh, there is one other announcement, but stick around because that is going to be coming later in the stream. We have one more very special bonus announcement. So stick around, don't go anywhere. That'll be coming down in a couple of hours later in the stream. So, I think that's it for announcements. So what do you say? We war some gods, murder everybody, and end the world.
Let's do it.
Let's
Sounds
do
like
it.
a party.
So, if you were here last time when we were talking to Clarabelle from Oxford, you'll notice that there is a continuity error. Namely, we are in a different world, wearing different stuff, with much
Ding.
fancier weapons.
Oh, devastating.
I may have done some grinding. Oh, I may have endgame level gear. We're gonna take this and we're gonna completely maul the endgame with this gear. It's gonna be hilarious. I hope you're all
I'd love
ready.
to see it.
Why's it gotta be so
So let's.
friggin'
Oh,
hot here? My
thank you,
son's
Brock.
wet.
I am hitting the wrong button. I have been playing a different game, and so it has not been. I have forgotten all my controls immediately. Oh
That's
dear.
the worst feeling. That's why I can only play one game at a time, because if I switch the controls to the new game and I come back, I'm like, what's everything do?
Yup. We need to go to Sindri's house. Where are Red and Blue? They are on the Power of the Internet. there's not enough space on the overlay for all of the cameras, so they are
Yeah.
just tuning in over voice chat. You can hear them.
Talking to you from the bottom of this well.
Exactly.
Definition of, oh, I did some things off screen. I have endgame level gear now.
Exactly.
God.
Look, we were close. I only had to kill 5 dragons and, like, 100 waves of enemies in order to do it.
Oh, I feel that.
The Muspelheim trials are not difficult, but they do take a long time.
Oh, how novel for this game.
I know, right?
How unusual.
Oh yeah, just survive for 5 minutes while they do nothing of value is going to be great. Oh yes, the damn Floyd School of finales. See, math, you understand. It's a time-honored tradition to just casually do a little bit of grinding and then be like wildly different. But, you know, having just spent all this time upgrading Kratos' gear, I think we need to play as Atreus for a while.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Look at that. You really did it. How?
Also, Chad,
don't remember
since
where in the
there's a
game it
lot
was.
of rearranging, if audio levels are a bit funky, do let us know, so I can make the adjustments, but we should be okay.
Happy Ragnarok,
Alright,
everybody.
and Jay Shay, thank you for the Prime subscription.
Is it true?
I don't remember where it was where Kratos says, I do not need a snack.
It's much earlier,
like
it's very
early.
funny.
Yeah, it's really.
There's no
And then if you walk over to the kitchen, Sindri says, ha, I knew you did need a snack.
Adorable.
It's great.
Refuse that deal. Yet he honored.
Oh jeez, Jay Shay with 10 tier 1 gifted
Wow.
community
Hey-o.
subs.
Gosh.
Yo!
Promises never last.
Absolute baller.
Have the
Exactly.
advantage.
The emote wall is on, so I think that deserves a marginalia moment. Chat, spam! If you receive new medieval emotes, spam your marginalia, ruin this cutscene with all of our fun marginalia for a bit.
Mask. Whatever knowledge it unlocks.
There they are.
that's
Look
what
at them.
Odin wants more than anything.
And congratulations to everyone who got
If I go
gifted
back to
subs.
Asgard,
Go
I can
back. Go back.
Oh, yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep, that
Oh,
cutscene
God.
is
Wow,
fully
wow,
unintelligible
wow.
now.
Hold on.
awaken the
I gotta
mask
get
with
in on this.
answers.
That's a good one. Oh, obviously
They're
my
all
favorite.
good ones. But the owl is the best one. You're
The
correct.
owl is the best one.
You're absolutely correct. The owl is the best one.
I have impeccable taste in emojis.
It-
Just gently floating over Kratos.
Exactly. If you join the Discord, we have a variant of the owl that's wearing cool
Anything we do
sunglasses.
or don't do is dangerous right now.
I absolutely love Freyr just in the background, looking so confused.
Exactly. The only sane person in this entire video game.
It's always a bit of a gamble making the one character who talks and acts like a real person in an otherwise kind of
Am I wrong?
fraught and stylized world, but it really works for him.
Dividing Odin's focus
Yep.
would buy us time.
And give us a pair of eyes and the enemy's
It's
insight.
really good.
But if there is truly a source of infinite knowledge,
It's also something, right, but
you can't.
Freyr is severely undercharacterized in our source material. You know,
Hmm.
the one bit of like proper characterization he gets is being a sad twink at the start of Steerness Mal. And that is it.
That's all you get, baby.
That's like all he gets is he goes up to Odin's seat and he looks out and he becomes a depressed sad boy because he pines from a distance.
Basically,
And
like speed running hotness in the internet's eyes. Are you
yeah.
exactly.
and sad? Check.
You can barely hear the game. The classic, too quiet in cutscenes, too loud in everything else.
Everyone's gotten so bad at audio balance.
It's so bad. We'll turn it up.
There's a whole Vox video about it.
If
You mean how
if
he did
it blows out your ears during the combat, let me know and I'll turn it back down.
Therein lies a tale.
Well, we now have to go back here to go to Asgard to go talk to Odin and definitely 100% gonna be okay. Right?
Boy,
Right?
this game takes a lot longer to get where it's going than I
Can't
realized.
let you go back without.
I believe
Your key,
Fangly
please.
we have already seen the dialogue where Freyr wants to be one of the Greek muses. He's like, oh, you just like
Way out of a
inspire
bad
poets?
situation,
That sounds so
throw this down
cool.
hard and
You just
stop
look
wearing
pretty
it.
and people write stuff.
What a
One use
sweetheart.
only.
Where?
It's
Thanks,
very
Andrew.
good. There's a
Hope I
lot of
don't need it.
dialogue bits
too.
that, you know, we don't hear on stream because they occurred during the off-camera grinding sessions, but there are a lot of them.
All right. Odin said Hugin would be waiting in the cabin.
Now we get to sit here
Mimir,
and wait for loading screens.
Anything else I should know about Odin? Maybe a weakness or something? Like if I flip up his
Whee!
eye patch or disintegrate. Aye, lad. Wouldn't that be? Yeah, no. Sorry, Mimir. I can't do your accent. I'm on my own for this one.
Exactly, Raptors. That's a great example. So one thing that we did not hear on camera, but is extremely important, is that they do explain the whole, you know, Tyr is supposed to only have one hand.
Uh-huh.
Garm bit it off, because binding Garm is the
we
same
go.
as binding Fenrir. They just, like, replaced Control X, Control V,
Yeah.
one on top of the other.
Sure, why not?
But, his arm just grew back.
God damn it. If
That's
Tyr's
lit-
not even gonna do anything in this game, what the fuck is the point of having both hands?
Exactly.
The better to hold fewer weapons with. Whatever. Heimdall's arm didn't grow
What?
back.
Yes, it did. I mean, he summoned it out
No,
of
he made
Bifrost.
himself a new one out of
Made it
purple
back.
glowy magic. It's
Yeah.
different.
Okay.
Hey.
Speaking of Fenrir, though, what a good puppy.
Oh, he's so big.
Hey, chat, you should drop a
Stop
bless
doing that.
in the chat for the puppo.
Were you having a moment?
Yeah.
It sort of looked like you were having a moment. I can go.
No. Sorry. This is
Also
Fenrir.
for Angerbo, though, who is the best character.
It's okay.
Jump scared by the
man.
love interest.
She's,
True. Oh, good. Chat has good taste. Pupper, big pupper. Look at that
Oh,
good
that's very
boy.
much your dad.
Doggo.
Fenrir is like
I'm glad you found a place for
90% adorable. I
He's-
don't like how they did his paws.
He's so cute.
Hey,
Oh, his paws are.
how'd you find me here?
His face is cute, the tail is cute, the paws look bad.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a girl with the dogs video about like, alright, we gotta get rid of those,
This is my marble.
We got...
He's such a good behaved boy to let me trim them down.
True.
Back to Asgard. Hey, I'm actually using him.
Raigeki with the pets. Good.
Uh-huh.
Good emotes.
Angerboda, look.
I don't have my emotes from Fur
Once I
anymore.
see
They
this
had
through,
there's a
gonna
bunch of
know-
dog emotes.
Aw.
Everything.
Aw.
How to save my father. How to stop Ragnarok. And maybe, hopefully, how to bring our people back.
Talk to your crushes jump scare in every situation, so that tracks.
Loki, those
You
are
know,
very
not wrong.
Noble intentions.
Angerboda's looking at
just
Loki
Logan.
like, you dumb motherfucker.
True.
You dumb
You have
boy.
faith in me, right?
Of course I do. I just hope the story you're writing for yourself is the one that you truly want.
Also, her outfit is the best in this game.
You
Oh yeah.
Like,
really
take care of Finn.
her outfit is
While I'm away.
spot on. Like, I love...
I'll
Well,
take good care
I'll
of them.
go say spot on in that it's 100% vibes. Because the earrings, by the way, if you're curious, are pre-Viking Age. Those are Bronze
Okay.
Age Bracteates.
Ooh, that's fun.
But that's fine because they go really hard.
Loki,
The tortoiseshell brooches and all that, the apron dress though, just a super good way of making it look like modern kind of fantasy compelling, while also, like, matching the way that an apron dress with tortoiseshell brooches was worn in the Viking Age.
Yeah.
Because like
Phenomenal
Loki's
work.
armor right here is just complete fat nonsense, right?
Exactly.
This is just like fantasy panache.
Well, this is
But-
similar to how they designed Heimdall to look like he was wearing fantasy Abercrombie and Fitch, so like
True.
All right. I just gotta help Odin
Alright,
complete the
well,
mask.
we're back in
But
Asgard.
also make sure he
Asgard's
doesn't
fine.
get any answers from him. Easy, right?
Yeah, just
Probably need to
prevent
study.
the god of knowing stuff from learning things from the one thing he's been obsessed with for like several thousand years. Yeah, Loki.
it'll be easy. I'm 15 and this is deep.
defend themselves doesn't mean they're guilty. And it kind of
Hey,
messed up.
Hi.
sorry for interrupting.
You're not interrupting anything.
Forseti's investigating.
Oh dear. Well, that's bad news.
I hope it does.
Just thoroughly mention to a god who does not appear in this game, Foreshadowing, is Baldur's son according to the Prose Edda. Yeah. The trick is, according to the Prose Edda, Baldur is very supposed to be good at mediation, except that no one listens to him. Foreshadowing is the one who's actually good at it. So, Snorri says that there is no dispute where if they go to Foreshadowing, the two parties will leave dissatisfied. So, he's just the best. It's been proposed by a noted horrible person, Jan de Vries, that Foreshadowing is actually the Norse cognate to Poseidon. Because that's Grimm's law of sound changes. P in Greek tends to correspond to F in Germanic languages.
Forseti, Posa. Yeah, they're very similarly shaped words.
It's very plausible that those are the cognate, and I don't know what to make with that. Because our surviving description of Foreshadowing is 2 sentences in the Prose Edda, and a place name in Frisia.
You know,
Yeah.
he did
So,
something pretty hard while we were
what do we
out.
do?
Maybe
This
someone
scene is
found out?
interesting because
even?
Odin's
I don't know.
son, you don't get the sense that they're actually, but Odin's son,
suggesting my son
Heimdall,
had something
is
to do with
dead,
this?
Yeah.
and he's like, "Hey Loki,
I don't
you
know. Honest.
you know anything about that?"
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Nope.
Loki's like,
No.
no.
Definitely
I
not.
don't believe it
Um,
had anything to do
That's
And-
fucking stupid hat, though. I can't
I
take it
love his
seriously.
dumbass hat.
It's
Also-
such a good hat, though.
I love he's like, well, I had to ask. Anyway, whatever.
I figured out
Let's
what
get
went
back to
wrong.
the mask and the only reason that I
translated
actually
the
want
word
you
here.
here. Odin's son dies,
Thought it
and he
said beyond
only
the cry of
asks
cold breath.
Loki insofar as it
actually
affects
reads
his
cry of
plans.
first breath.
He does not give a shit
somewhere
that his
else.
son died. He just
Tyler, I don't
lost
know
a
where that is.
tool in his arsenal. It's like, hey Loki, have you
Young
seen
man,
my
you've done it
wrench?
again. Go.
Well, darn,
the
I had to
mask,
ask.
take the
Yep.
sword.
To be fair,
Anyway,
Heimdall does suck pretty bad,
Find
so
Thor.
you know.
Going to Niflheim.
The rule's negotiable if the kid's a dick.
True. Yeah, so, the
62.
parentage of Heimdallr in the Norse sources varies, but I believe, yes, in this game he is supposed to be Odin's, like, middle
Hey, Ingrid.
child.
Yeah,
You wouldn't
because
happen
it's
to know
normally
where
about his
Thor is?
mother's, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I figured.
the skaldic poetry always just says, like, the child of 9 mothers as a kenning for Heimdallr. The Prose Edda tries to be more detailed, and I think links him to Odin, but I would have to pull it up to be super duper sure on that.
Yeah.
Also, I think there's an interesting thing of Odin immediately disbelieves the accusation that Thor would be the one to kill Heimdallr, which, you know, fair, but has a weird parallel, you know, in the myths of, specifically, I think it's the claim of fratricide that is disbelievable to Odin. You know, who famously has a son that gets got via fratricide.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, you
quite
know, it is Loki's fault, so.
I mean, sure, but I should, you know, not break another set of headphones, huh? By ripping them out of my
True.
ears.
Sorry.
and Loki says, well,
All
everyone
Father said I'm
hated him,
supposed to
and
head to Niflheim
Odin's
with
like,
Dad.
well, yes, but he was
Haven't seen him
useful.
around.
Yup.
Wondering
God,
if you had
that
any
he's
idea
so
where he
well
could be.
written as to be just such a
He
bad
wasn't with
person.
grandfather?
He's awful.
I think I know where he might be.
Anyway,
Follow
I will
me.
never forget when we
I,
started the game,
also
and I
wanted
want
to
to
talk
say
to
it
you
was
about
Niram
Heimdall.
who commented like, "Oh no,
Not here.
oh no, I've met people like
You're
this.
right.
Oh, this guy is a dirtbag."
Uh-huh.
Yup.
Yeah.
Yup, he
Not
is in
for
fact a
a minute am
dirtbag.
I listening or trusting this.
Yup. And
There's a-
now we have to go find Thor.
Oh, goody. There's a few stories that kind of do that sort of fake out, where it's like, there are
in
some
Helheim,
mentors that start
I
off
told
a
you I'd
little
help
bit
your mom understand
difficult,
how
you
much
know,
becoming
with
a
like a
Valkyrie
bad
meant to you.
attitude, but then it turns out like,
wanted
oh,
to
they're
know.
actually a sweetheart, or like, you know,
You
they're
know
they're
that I
gruff,
meant-
but they really know their
did it.
stuff, or like they're the
And you're
best
still
there is at
alive.
what they do.
haven't yet.
And then you get some
But I
stories where
will.
it's like, oh yeah, the mentor
As soon as
starts
I
off
come back.
gruff, but like, you know, he sees greatness
be
in this
plenty of time to
person,
get
so maybe
understanding.
he'll be okay, and then they turn out to actually be terrible. You know, it kind of advertised that from the very beginning.
Yeah.
I think the teacher in Legally Blonde and Legally Blonde the musical is like the example that hit me with that most
Weapons
recently.
aren't allowed inside.
Um,
We'll have to check them.
Why?
But they also do that in the Locked Tomb, actually,
Just do it.
where it's like they tell you from the beginning, it's like, yeah, this is a genocidal space empire of necromancers, and you're like, oh yeah, but all the good guys are necromancers, so maybe this is about how necromancy isn't so bad. And it's like, no, necromancy's absolutely bad. The god emperor they worship is the worst person ever.
Yep.
It's like, oh, okay, cool.
All right. I like the
around.
insinuation that
He'll be here.
if you're going to go drinking here, you have to check your weapons because otherwise a fight will break out, and they want to minimize the number of people who get got.
But they're all Einherjar, don't they get? Don't they
mean-
just come back?
Yes.
But the mess. Cleaning bill.
Love all these Einherjar. Just look like Mad Max.
They are.
Fury Road extras.
I mean that's got to be
It's fine.
intentional.
Yeah.
I gotta say, if I was sidling past a person, I would not put my hand fully on their
Thor.
peck on the way.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's fair.
Looking good, sailor.
If you need a moment, I totally understand.
Excuse me, big man. Like, no, thank you.
But
Right word.
Ah yes, Angel Score, because I'm sure that's going to go so well for them in about 34 seconds, with having to replace the tables.
Ooh, this is sad.
You shouldn't have brought her here.
Yup. Oh yeah, by the way, bingo card. Hit that horned helmet box. Throw it right in the center of the screen.
I meant we should get going, right? We don't want to keep the Allfather.
Quiet!
He's right. You should get going. Dad,
Oof.
Oh.
don't do this.
It's already done. Let it be known, the God of Thunder is good for two things. Killing giants and pissing me!
Ah, more accurate Thor.
Any man who disagrees will greet Mjolnir.
Isn't check your weapon
With
stuff door an
its
actual thing that will
face.
pop up in history? Probably in sometimes in some places. In the Viking Age,
Thor's the only person who didn't check his weapon. I
Right.
mean, what are you gonna do? Tell Thor to put it away?
Exactly.
Thor. Hugin is
Boy,
waiting
that's
outside.
depressing.
Yeah.
Please. Let's
On the
just-
opposite
I
side of check
said
your weapons at the door, there are some
quiet,
places, I
boy.
believe, in the Holy Roman Empire, some townships where
My
you
name
had legally the requirement to carry a sword on your person while in town.
Yeah.
You couldn't be unarmed.
No, Oh, come on! No, I swear that
We were
really
talking
wasn't
about this yesterday, actually. That there's just like a few scenes in this that are like way uncomfortably real.
True. Oh look, the keeping weapons definitely work so great.
I've missed this!
Also, the protecting the tables worked so great.
Till done!
And the music in this scene is great.
Notably, by the way, this is what happened to the crater to just ruin it. Is Thor happened.
Yeah.
That
Thor
is what
and-
happened. Is that Thor and Leifey got into a fight
Yeah.
and murdered a significant portion of Vanaheim in the process.
That was basically like the last bit of the Aesir Vanir War, right? Was that the implication?
It looks like it's like the last major thing before the marriage, at least. It's not exactly clear when in the chronology that happened. But yeah, just invent a fight that demolishes about half of Anaheim and allows a bunch of dragons
You could
to
be
move
helping
in.
more, don't you think?
Yeah, dragons, sure.
Uh-huh.
They do show up. They do show up in Norse folklore, or at least,
Yep,
Okay.
it is very funny though. We talked about this a little bit on the bonus stream, but they try so hard to classify the different dragons. So you get dragons, and drakes, and drekar, and Ormar, and lindworms, and these are all different things. And it's like,
Yeah.
come on.
It's a losing battle, but they gotta try.
Damn it!
Yep, the gamer instinct to have 15 different types of things to fight. We need diversity of enemies. Ignore the fact that we just have like 7 names for the same guy.
Yeah, it's how many legs they got, how many wings they got.
Exactly. A trope that has been made fun of since the mid-not sci-fi B movies.
I would actually love to see that in like a really kind of tropey fantasy thing, like Stardust style, where they're like, oh, it's a dragon. It's like, no, it's a wyvern. You see, dragons have 4 legs. It's like, no, I think it's a drake.
It's like everyone's a gangster who doesn't give a shit about taxonomy until someone calls a dragon a wyvern.
There is a sci-fi B movie from the mid-noughts where the main like bad monster is a basilisk, and they have a scene where D&D nerds are arguing about how to taxonomize it, and the basilisk spares them because it's like so disgusted that they spend this much energy arguing.
That's really, really funny. Like, well, I think it's a lindworm. Are you stupid? Lindworms don't have wings.
It's like the scene in Castlevania where the characters are arguing of what counts as running water.
This is like when somebody emailed us years ago at this point, like, hey, do you think the Balrog had wings? And I was like, huh, yes? And that was it. And then I found out this is a huge argument people have all the time. Because it's never explicit in the books that the Balrog has wings. It's like, oh, it was shadow and flame, and it's a huge towering shape. But that's all you get. And it's like, well, not to brag, but I've seen the movies, and I can say with confidence it does have wings, actually.
Didn't they add a Balrog in the Hobbit movies just because?
I don't think there's one in the Hobbit movies. But there might be one in Rings of Power. That feels like the kind of shit they do.
No. I'm thinking of Shadow of War, the game.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, they probably do that just for fun. By the way, the thing that this Einherjar chieftain that just got mauled said is, "Little beanpole, come here.
Right now, just put down.
Leave Lukraka." Also, yeah, ain't to score. What do you think? Do they have to replace these tables?
Good fight.
How do you
I think the
that
tables are
property
also Einherjar. They regenerate at the end of the day. They go to table Valhalla.
goes? True. But we're already in Valhalla, so is there like another Valhalla?
Oh, yes, in fact.
Just for tables.
No, what it is that they probably go to those 2 even heavenier heavens that Snorri mentioned at the beginning of the prose edda, where Odin is like, yeah, only the light elves live there. It's too sacred for us. But after Ragnarok, who knows?
Come on,
Yup.
it's not that far.
Rings of Power, aka, how can anyone expect that I, Saranathan, could be Sauron all over? Table of Valhalla, just IKEA? Yeah, I was trying to think of a joke for that, but I couldn't come up with like a suitably like make IKEA sound more Swedish.
I was rewatching Fellowship of the Ring because all 3 Lord of the Rings movies are now on Netflix.
Hell
So,
yeah.
and they've been trending top for like 3 weeks.
Theatrical or extended?
Thor?
I think theatrical, but it's hard to
Alright.
say.
Yeah.
I've seen a few clips that might have been from extended, might have been deleted scenes. Like Frodo doesn't go like Mordor Gandalf, is it left or right? So if that's in the extended,
That's
it's not
extended.
that one.
Yeah.
Right. But we did get the whole
going
mithril.
to
We
need
didn't
to
get
hide
Gandalf
these
going.
books.
Bilbo
All
had a shot of
father
mithril rings or whatever. So
You have to get them.
So yeah, that's the theatrical release, which is fine.
Right.
I think that's the better version of Fellowship and the worse version of the other 2.
yeah. So I'm kind of hoping that they might add the extended or have them somewhere. Yeah, so I've been like rewatching it in like little
can't even
10-minute
say you're
chunks
sorry
because
this
it's
time,
so
can you?
good and
It's
it makes
one
me
more broken
angry.
promise.
But it is very funny though, especially with
Grandfather treated
with
you like
Aragorn's
crap.
intro, because I was also getting through the audiobook
were
of the
struggling. I
Andy
get it.
Serkis reading, which was great until my library
you can't
decided
just-
they didn't have it anymore and
Aw.
made it disappear. And I'd just gotten to Rivendell. It had taken like 10 hours.
No.
This scene is heartbreaking. Thor can't even look at her.
No,
I know.
Yeah, this is
Lord,
brutal.
Lord of the Rings talks over. Just this whole sequence is just heart
Mom
wrenching.
and I,
I'm sorry, I have to cope somehow.
True.
even when you're here. We love you. You know that. I just thought this was behind us.
God. Thor having an intervention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you fucked up.
Oof, he can't even catch Mjolnir. Correct.
Can I get you a water or something?
Oh.
I mean, what was he expecting? He had his hand out. It was coming from the wrong side.
Maybe it would have
It
come
was-
out the door.
Maybe he was working on reflex rather than really thinking about it. There we go.
God, that's rough.
Let's make
Yeah, because he should have had his hand turned upside
hurry
down,
to
but he
get
just
back to
held it
Asgard?
out. Not really. Oh, that's a good detail.
That's a
Not only
really
that
good
he doesn't
detail.
catch it, but why he doesn't catch it.
Yeah. And now we're in Niflheim? Now we're in Niflheim.
That makes sense. It does appear very cold.
Yep.
It's very cold and it's not hell.
Anger.
So
I wish you could smell these.
Oh yes, and my realm hot take is not the universal, not the universally held opinion on this.
I'm even going to be confident that even though it's a good hot take, it is extremely hot.
Yeah, I'm
And
gonna
by
get
hot,
some
I-
strongly worded comments about that one.
Do I want to wade into this? Because I have not actually read the Nine Realms script.
Oh yes. Well, the short version is that I sort of have the realms in descending order of how legit I think they are. So in the pretty safe zone, Midgard, Asgard, Jotunheim. Those are the ones that get brought up a lot. Those are clearly different places from each other.
As long as you think that Jotunheim is one place instead of multiple.
Well, then it's like, well,
It's all-
Yarmvi there.
It's plural. The word is plural in every adaptation, so
Humbug.
fucking deal
I'll
with
take
it.
it. It's several, whatever. It's also implied that Asgard isn't the entire realm. It's just the fortress, and
Yep.
Midgard isn't the entire realm. It's just the part of it made from Ymir's eyebrows. My point is, the idea that a realm is a plural of smaller realms is not Jotunheim specific. So if we're accepting that the meaning of realm is a place that contains other places, that's fine. But in terms of things that are attested in the Poetic Edda, which I consider more trustworthy than the prose one, one realm that comes up, I think, 3 times, which is a lot for name-drop realms, is Niflhel, a cold realm where Hel is, or the goddess Hel, and then the place where the dead dwell and all that jazz. And its coldness is implied, not really highlighted that much. Niflhel doesn't come up very much. I believe it is in the Poetic Edda described as
looks up to you?
the lowest of the realms, like it's the bottom of the 9, which implies an arrangement that none of the other realms follow, which is fine. But the problem is,
Looks like we gotta
in the
head through that wall.
prose Edda,
What do you need to do for
Niflhel doesn't come up. You get Niflheim, and you get the realm of Hell. And these are not really referenced in the same context. I believe you only hear Niflheim name dropped in a past tense context during the creation of Midgard. You get
There is one other place when.
Oh, you're right.
Odin
Sorry,
cast the
Muspelheim
children-
is the one.
Yeah, when Thor
Yeah.
cast the children of Loki into the various places, Snorri says that Odin casts Hel
Loki,
into
you really
Niflheim
keep
and
trying.
gives her command over 9 realms,
Right. Yeah.
which is very
So-
frustrating.
It is. It's like, are those the 9 realms or a different 9 realms? What the fuck?
Right.
So that's
That
fun.
giant son of a
So I think
powerful god with
Muspelheim is the one that
possibly high
only ever
expectations.
comes up in the context of the
How could I
past
ever know
tense,
what
but you
that
can
was?
infer that it might exist because Surtur and Muspel's sons are referenced
Yes.
a few more times. Anyway, so the thing is, these could all just be other words for Niflhel, in that it is cold. It's a cold realm. Heim just means realm, so it would be or like place. So it would be cold place, and the realm of Hell. Those could just both be referring to Niflhel. Niflhel is attested multiple times in the Poetic Edda, the more trustworthy source. But people like splitting them up into Niflheim and Helheim because, frankly, it's really hard to get an even 9 realms otherwise.
Yeah, you
I-
either get 5 or 18, and adding up to
Yeah,
9 is very
there's-
difficult.
Yeah, there's no
I
in between.
subscribe to the notion that it's actually Midgard, Asgard, Jotunheim, Jotunheim.
Perfect, flawless.
We've had one, yes. What about second Midgard? Oh boy, and it gets even worse. The rabbit hole has fucking layers. Alfheim and Svartalfheim are two common additions when people have like pop cultural lists of the 9 realms. Of those two, only Alfheim is ever named. Svartalfheim is just implied, only by Snorri. Snorri is the only person who makes an overt distinction between light and dark elves, and when he's doing it, it's pretty clear he's doing it because when he says light elf, what he means is angel. Because they come up when he's describing the geography of heaven, basically. And he's talking about, oh, there are many places. This is Thor's hall. This is Odin's hall. This is, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But also there are 2 other heavens, even more heavenly. We don't go there. I think only light elves live there, which are very different from their dark brethren that dwell under the earth. That's all you get. That's literally all you get.
Yep, the light elves are fair and good and pleasant, and the dark elves have dark skin and are very unpleasant in demeanor, and there may be a little bit of racism going on here.
Yeah. Also, the dark elves could just be
Another wall of
dwarves.
ice.
Could just be another word for dwarf, but nobody can agree on that. Because
Agreeing on things in my field, come on.
Absolutely not. Never. Now, the thing is, Alfheim is name-dropped. But Alfheim is name-dropped in the list of places that are in quote-unquote heaven, aka Asgard, the realm of the gods. It's like, oh yeah, there's Thor's place, there's Odin's place, there's Tyr's place, and there's Alfheim. So, if Alfheim is a realm,
Okay.
so
wanna
are
add
all
one more
those
thing.
other things.
Can't be yourself.
Yep.
So once you
also
drop
might not feel
Alfheim
like
and
you can follow your
Svartalfheim
own
from the
path.
list because there's no evidence for them being realms of their own, and Svartalfheim is never
Relate to
even
you at all?
named, you're down to 7 of the main ones. And then it's like, okay, well also on the list is Nidavellir, which is referenced once in the exact same context as another place with exactly as much reference to it in the exact same line, which isn't named, or is named, but isn't ever listed on the 9 realms list.
Oh,
They mostly just do Nidavellir because it's like, it makes sense that the dwarves would live somewhere, right? And this is like the only named place we have where there's a mead hall for the dwarves.
And it doesn't even like say that's the dwarves. Villisval says it's the people of Sindri's clan, and we're relying on the Prose Edda to identify that Sindri is Brocken Sindri, which is therefore the Dverga.
Ivaldi's sons and all that jazz. And also it's like, oh, by clan, do you mean all the dwarves, or do you just mean that one guy's family? So,
Exactly.
yeah, it's a nightmare. And then it's like, oh, you know, Vanaheim is probably a place. We never see it. It's only ever brought up in past tense in the context of the place where the Vanir used to live, or maybe live now, but we never talk about them. All the important Vanir live in Asgard, so who cares? And then if you expand the definition, it's like, well, maybe Yarnvidr is a realm, you know? Maybe, maybe the Well of Erd is a realm, I guess. It's at the bottom of the tree. Maybe the place that the Nidhogg flies out of after Ragnarok is a realm. It's even got a name, so...
It does. It's called Naustrand. It's
Yeah.
corpse speech. Terrible place to be.
Doesn't it mean Dark Crags?
No, that's Nidafjell, the other place that Nidhogg appears with it.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Says
In
we can't.
Villisval, there's Nidafjell, which is the dark or under mountains. It's literally from the word for moonless, but where
Pretty
it's
cool.
kind of used in both ways for dark or underground.
And also, it's all poetry. So some of this, they might just be fucking around to make it scan right.
Yep, but yeah, in the Prose Edda, Nidhogg also lives at Naustrand and mentions on the Iniquitous. So, you know, Christian Helkian.
Now, imagine a scenario in which there is someone whose bureaucratic job it is to do the zoning rules and has to, like, take all these petitions for, like, hey, me and my neighbors are, like, kind of putting a little thing together. Can we get, like, realm clearance? Like, that'd be great. Like, we're trying to do, like, a little local community organization thing. And, like, if we were classed as a realm, that would really help us, like, you know, get this potluck going and, like, be able to do this bake sale the way we want.
The Norns have been filing for realm status for just the Well of Erd and the surrounding 10 feet because they know they can get a tax write-off.
And, like, they put the file in, like, knowing it's not gonna get accepted. It's like, I mean, I still gotta try. I know it's not
Yeah.
gonna work. Like, I, of all people, know it's not gonna work.
I follow my fate, as do you all.
Yep.
Like, scribbling, like, your fate's to fuck me on this.
Yup.
I've already signed for you in the no line. You can thank me later.
Uh-huh.
God, I love this.
Big. They will
But-
tell you when they're upset and also when your parents are gonna die. Energy.
Was
Where-
that
It's Brian
Far
David
from
Gilbert
evolving.
in the hottest Castlevania monsters when he's talking about
Right.
the Banshee. You know, it's like you'll never need to worry about what the Banshee is thinking. They will tell you when they're upset and also when your parents are gonna die. God, I gotta rewatch all those
They're all
top
so
tier
good.
stuff.
But yeah, I mean, we're still having gone into like the really weird realm. Like the one that lives that's next to Jotunheim.
Oh, God, which one is
Two.
that?
I suspect.
So much
Oh yeah.
It's
how
not
could I
even
forget?
in the Eddas, it's just in legendary saga
Oh
material.
fuck, that's right, the sagas. I kind of drew the line at having to read the sagas for this one.
Well, you don't have to read them, you just have to listen to me to read them for you.
Well, it's still better than the alternative. And it's funny because I think like when I run into something like this, I get about 2 levels deep before I'm like, okay, it's clear that there were never 9 concrete realms because if they were, they would have written it down. All right, question answered. But no, all these Norse scholars insist on beating their heads against this wall like there must be a way. It's like the equivalent of like opening the fridge again, being like maybe this time something will materialize that I want to eat. But it's like maybe this time there will be information that hasn't been there the last 500 years that we've been checking.
I love Hellwalkers.
Yep.
You just blast them apart. Poof.
Granted,
But
sometimes you are able to find new interpretations from things. I mean, there's a lot of like, you know, was it opening the fridge door again when Heinrich Schliemann was like, maybe I'll go dig it up. Maybe if I go where it says it is, I'll
mean,
find something
is
where it
that,
says
is
it
that
was.
opening the fridge
That's
door or is
going
that
to the
blasting off
store.
its hinges with dynamite?
Okay, yeah, I guess that is. Yeah, that
The thing
is
is, when
to
you're
the store
going
and
back
blowing up the
through-
store with dynamite.
When you're going back through the Eddas, it's like, well, look, I know we've been over this with the finest tooth comb we have, but maybe this time, if I squint just right. Whereas, you know, literally physically going to where it said Troy was and digging is like going to the grocery store to get more stuff for the fridge.
Me not being a part of this gets to just point, laugh, and say bullshit.
It's all bullshit! I'm telling you!
Of course, when it becomes like a Greek or Roman thing, I'm like, we don't know.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the pain, torment, suffering.
Through there, just ahead.
I feel like there's a fundamental miscommunication between Greek mythology scholars and Norse mythology scholars, and it comes from
I
the
don't think
different
that's where we're supposed to
amounts
go.
of source material they have to work from. Because
Yeah.
with Greek scholars, there's a concrete yes or no answer to this question, and like 8 different sources that recount this story in different ways, and they actually all agree on this. And then with Norse mythology, it's like we got 1.5 sources. We don't trust either of them.
It's fine. It either drives you crazy or you love it.
Yeah.
It drives you crazy, I love it.
I like it when things have correct answers. So sue me.
This is why, right, a thing I've kind of brought up a few times throughout the streams is, right, the idea of, right,
What are you going
Norse
to say when you
mythology
see them
scholars either study
Sift through
or
it, I
attempt to study the trace, trying as close to, you know, Viking beliefs as you can.
I don't need
Or you do the echo, right? Everything is reception studies, and so you're looking at 13th century stuff, or 14th century stuff, or 21st century stuff, and you use the earlier material as a way to
Up this
kind
way.
of
Looks like there's a path.
help you interpret it, but you're tracing chains of, you know, where are where is this
pathway
source drawing
coming.
from, with the knowledge that there is no correct answer at the bottom of it, and you're just tracing the lines of
You're enjoying the freedom.
evolving belief
Out here
with no
without
expectation of a unified thing at the
I,
base of this trail.
well,
Just that the trail
yeah,
itself is
I
something
guess.
interesting and
It's
valuable.
different from what I'm
Right,
used to.
which is cool,
In a good way.
but it's a big adjustment from the other ways that you
Exactly.
know, mythology scholarship tends to be
Looks
done.
like we gotta get up that cliff. Which I think means
No.
Exactly. You just gotta. I mean,
better when I know
it's something
what's
that
gonna
took me solidly, what, 2 years in Iceland in a master's program to get used to. So, you know, completely reasonable that that's the big adjustment, but it's the way that I found is just much more interesting to think about this material. And part of why I like doing it through media like God of War is because this is the same transmission chain, right? It pulls from the Eddas, plenty, but it also pulls from a lot of other sources, doing a lot of other weird things,
maybe.
and
I
invents
could
some
check.
as like a bonus.
Yeah,
Which is-
spice things up a little bit.
Exactly. And so seeing, the trends that I have done very serious scholarship on and made a bingo card about. Very serious. 100% no jokes.
Real serious.
Right? Nothing funny on this card, I promise. But right, you're able to take all of that and like recognize the tropes, and then from that, I think about how we imagine the past, or learn about how we imagine the past. And yeah, I don't care about the Viking Age that much. Like, spoilers, I don't care what people in the 9th century thought. I don't think it's that interesting. I'm much more curious as to what people in the 14th century thought.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, let's everyone wave at the big moo. Oiva, very dead.
Moo.
I don't know how she died, given that she can survive just by licking ice, and there's no shortage of ice around. But she's dead. Rest in pieces.
Rip.
Math, as your lecturer used to say, the most important thing you can teach, I can teach you is to think like a psychologist. Exactly. And that's been one of the goals of this stream, right? As we've been having a bunch of guests on, one of the goals is to really be able to showcase, using with folks on the very cutting edge of this field, how do professional academics think about this material, and how many different ways can professional academics think about this material. And so, right, like early on, when we had Felix, right, our first guest was Dr. Felix Lumer, and, right, comparing how Felix thought about things to how Luca, our second guest, thought about things, to how Dr. Declan Tigert, our, like, final guest in the first half, thought about things, right, they all, like, in some ways fairly majorly disagree with each other despite training under the same person.
Yeah.
And that's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah. I'm just the one who needs to deal with YouTube comments about it.
Well, yeah.
So forgive me if I'm a little bit more defensive than average.
Everything goes okay when you see
Right, I have to deal with Twitch chat about it, but Twitch chat is being lovely as usual. So,
Yes, yes.
It's a start.
hooray. God. This game is so pretty. The amount of effort.
It's gorgeous.
I just want to, like, shout out the amount of, like, fairly ridiculous effort that goes into crafting every one of these levels. Like, look at how many weird little filamenty bits
Yeah, it's
are
beautiful.
on the ice.
That's complicated to render too.
Exactly. Like, someone had to do all that. By hand. Mostly.
Probably.
I mean, I'm sure there's tools that'll help, but you gotta tweak it.
Yeah.
And so I just want to shout out, like, even when we talk over it, just the sheer amount of effort that goes into every facet of this game is something to be commended. Even if it gets most of a bingo. I didn't put Graveyard of Swords, but given that that's a 16th century German Zweihander.
Oh. Sword Graveyard is one of my favorite visual tropes.
Sword Graveyard is such a good visual trope. I'm perturbed by the greatswords.
Yeah, those are supposed to come later.
Is there a bingo card for greatswords? I don't
Like-
remember. I don't think there is.
Like a bingo card for like...
Or, rather, a bingo entry on our Nordic ones for anachronistic greatswords.
Don't think so, but there should be.
I had dual-wielding axes. I think greatswords are on the backup list.
You could also do a thing that they clearly got from Dark Souls and thought it was from Viking mythology.
True.
Gotcha.
That was
Like a
close.
mask.
Hey, look, we got the entire
Thanks.
MacGuffin.
Thor,
Woo!
Woohoo!
I'm sure this will pay off dividends.
Loki, you did it.
Oh, sure, you could have
We
come
are
with
a
us the
bunch of
entire
great
time.
things, all of our work
Thor
together.
helped.
You're welcome.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. You are here.
Once
Why?
again,
His
shouts to Horn
father
Helmets.
murdered Heimdall. Forseti has proof. Take him.
No,
All
Leave
right,
him alone,
and
I command
we've
it.
got a
You
hail
said no
hydrate
more
from
exit blood
Raptorus.
would be spilled.
Thank you
You
for
said
making us
family
take care of
comes
ourselves.
first. You don't think that this is retribution for him being here? He's put your granddaughter in danger. He's made your son miserable.
Loki didn't kill Heimdall. His father did. Your daughter is old enough to make her own mistakes. And your husband started drinking again, all on his own. Dismissed! You two, a word.
God, he's such a bad person.
You see what's happening? He's
But
no
also
more
by
tempted.
deflecting responsibility for those things off of Loki and putting them back on Thrud and Thor,
boy.
he's also deflecting the responsibility off of himself.
True.
I used to tell them stories.
Yep.
And this is interesting. Sif has a realization that he's not protecting us. When you're dealing with malignant
We would
narcissists
carve
like
the
Odin,
wooden
you're either
horse.
in the in-group where you get treated
We would
nicely,
pray
like Loki,
and
or
laugh
you're everyone
until the
else.
sun set, and they fell asleep in our laps.
Oh.
They were thrown at the Allfather's problems like brittle knives to a mountain face. And for what?
What's that big guy behind them? It's like a guy. And the, oh, he's behind Thor's head now.
Yeah. I see it. No. Also, we are in so much trouble.
We're so fucked.
Oh yeah, no, we're. Oh wait, Odin was just standing there listening to that entire thing.
Sleep in their beds.
Well,
Turn my father
Fuck.
against me. My daughter,
I have no idea what's happening.
you know,
Oh, now Thor
finally
remembers to be
thought of
mad about that.
something I can teach you.
Hey,
Young.
stand down!
Sindri better be right.
I have no idea what's happening. Oh, Atreus.
got it. We're fine. We remembered.
Sindri.
Uh-oh, panic.
You sure know how to plan an exit.
Atreus,
Yeah, nice work, kiddo.
We
I
did
also
good.
love this detail here because Kratos is right there waiting for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Glad you're safe, lad.
Got out just in time.
What do you usually do when I'm
Shot
gone?
through my bridges
Wait for
and
you to
out.
get back.
Exactly.
Why were you out here?
Sindri told us where you would arrive should you find trouble.
Oh, thought you might have been exploring without me.
No, lad. Your dad was just concerned.
Pretty sure I burned my
Oh,
bridges
now
in
that you
Asgard.
mention
Do
it.
not worry, we can burn more later.
It's also very
Only
big
some of them.
influence back home. Don't you miss
Aw.
the three of us out finding our own adventures?
Putting off the inevitable.
Exactly.
Mimir.
Not the worst idea.
It's a great
I do want to show everyone the
it's a
mask,
great
but
plan,
It'll keep.
but I have terrible news for you. I already did it all.
It's like, don't you want to explore the post-game content, brother?
No, we can't even access the post-game content yet. There's like several types of collectibles that you cannot even get to yet. So I could kill 2 more dragons and like 4 berserkers, but that sounds like a bad time.
I'll get to you.
Berserkers
You want to
were
set the table
bastards,
if you're
all
ready
of them.
instead?
I have to do the multi-fights. They suck.
would get him
Because you
Berserkers
tampered
just
with a
mad
hammer.
because of how bad their
Dwarven
teeth
magic makes
get
no
chewing on their
sense.
shields.
Ah.
I bet a fork wrong one time and had to go to the dentist. You think those
Me
guys are
too.
doing okay?
You're back.
can't figure that one out.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I just hope unlocking this thing was worth the cost.
You have it. What did it show you?
I didn't get to use
I love the
it.
conversation
We found
about
out
dwarven
Heimdall.
magic that's happening.
Yeah.
Run. But at least Odin can't use it either.
But
It's very goofy.
you didn't get
Right.
any answers from the mask.
I think we talked about this
All
last
you've done
time
is steal
when the
Odin's
magic came
greatest
up, but
treasure.
like it's
Just after
specifically
your
that
father's
Gleipnir
killed
is
his
made out
most
of
loyal
impossible
ally.
things, which are not particularly impossible.
None of
Well,
safe.
some of them are.
Even
Whis-
here.
Whisker of
So
a
we have
cat.
no choice. We find
Yeah, a
Surtur,
cat's footstep.
sound gallows,
that's
The
the
cat's
chain
footsteps,
for-
roots of the
Now.
mountains
You'd
are a bit
incinerate
spooky.
every soul
Woman's
in
beard,
Asgard
not
and
that
call it
spooky.
self-defense.
Not that
Turns out.
complicated. Even some cis women grow beards. It's not that weird.
Exactly.
The obvious
But
plan
yeah,
is
that's
staring you in the
specifically right.
face.
The chain, the impossible
need Odin
chain
to use
to
this.
bind an
We can slip
unstoppable
into
force.
Asgard and do it
Yeah.
ourselves.
And
right
everyone
under
just
his
extrapolates
nose.
that to be
We
whatever
gain the
random
knowledge we
nonsense they
need to
feel like.
Shatter this prophecy of war once and for all.
Except begging your
Anyway.
gosh. You don't have a way.
Anyway,
into
plot.
You're a dangerous plan here.
Oh, so you expect them to sneak into Asgard, blowing a horn that sounds across all
Sneak
the
into
realms?
Asgard, do stuff with us.
Please, just
Ay vey.
think about it.
this mask. The easy
You went to
answers
cat's
and
footstep
promises.
only if the beans come with it.
I know this.
A cat's footstep on its
Shortcuts
own,
always
not
have
that
a price.
valuable. Cat's footstep with beans,
Atreus.
incredibly valuable.
You have carried it.
I just have to imagine the beans.
I think it's a chance. At worst, we'll have something Odin wants as leverage. At best, if it really gives us all the answers, then we can make our own path.
I like that
Nobody
Kratos
has
is
to
trusting
die.
Atreus more by this point in the game.
Grand. Now all we need's a way to Asgard.
I know I've been a burden to you all. I know you've questioned why you even pulled me out of that hole. I have too. But it's clear now.
He's
This is what I'm needed
monologuing,
for.
chat.
This is my purpose. One last time, I will pick up my spear and I will lead us to Asgard.
Excuse me, but if you got a way to Asgard, where's that idea been this whole fucking while?
That's rather a fair question, brother.
You withheld Asgard.
You would have gotten us all killed. And we needed to give Loki time to find his destiny. Here it is. It's all led to this.
If we can get inside, I'm going after Odin.
I will not stop you. We can do both.
Spot on, brother. If the mask doesn't give us an out, we'll still have the drop on him.
Works for me.
Let's do it then, and quickly, before he sees us coming.
Because like, can you tilt me back so I can face the conversation again, please?
Slow down, you damn spruce. I still want to hear the details on this, new way to Asgard you got. Spill it!
It's an ancient path. We can't reach it from here.
Where then?
Let me collect my things and I'll show you.
You ain't got no things. And where you going with that mask? Brock, that belongs to the kid. He earned it. All you done was make passable dirt soup.
Brock, it's okay.
No, it ain't. This ain't right. All the pieces ain't welding together true. Like, what's with him calling you Loki anyway? You know that ain't his name. Hey! I'm talking to you!
Get sucked into soup.
Never shut up! Brock!
Brock's like, hey, there's just all these little details that.
Let
Whoa!
go of the boy and face me!
Tell your brother to throw me the mask and you've got a deal.
Oh, baby.
If he dies,
Now. Wasn't part of the plan, but if he dies, we are square for Heimdall. And honestly, you got a bargain.
I will kill you. Plan on that.
Oh boy.
So nice spending time with you again. Freya.
Oh, now he cares about Heimdall.
Two it in exactly the
Can't be in
best
two places
time.
at once.
We're
Freya.
turning at a time. Yo.
Hey! I don't move, you don't move. Don't do anything you want.
Odin's insistence on calling people by
Killing
the
you will
names
not
he
be
gave
one
them.
of
Uh-huh.
Well, let's have
Yeah.
some.
I'm in control! Here! Throw me the mask! Now! Too bad, son. Looks like war
Yeah,
after
fuck him
all.
up.
I do like that he says I'm in control here when he is abundantly not.
No.
Yeah,
'Cause
he
he's-
wildly underestimates the squad.
He's because he's in
get fucked.
like mugging pose with the knife to the guy's throat. Like he's so on the back foot in that whole scene.
And it's amazing how much it nearly worked, though. Everyone else was like, yeah, I could be on board to attack Asgard. And Brock's like, hold your fucking horses.
Yeah, he's so good.
I know what you've done. And I forgive you. She got his job. He gotta let go.
You know what I just realized? Brock's last lines, I know what you've done and I forgives you, but you gotta stop, is the entire premise of this game and the previous one.
Yeah. Yup.
Yeah.
As we
You can tell Sindri's upset because he's not even hiding his dwarf teleportation.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Also, you know, from this point onwards, Sindri kind of stops giving a shit about the whole, you know, germophobic thing that's been a main pillar of his personality.
What do we do now?
Yeah.
It's rough. Poor guy.
Yeah.
Now we kill Odin. And anyone who gets in our way.
No.
Deck Odin.
Yep, new plan.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe that nobody saw that twist coming, considering that is Odin's entire gimmick in the mythology.
Yeah, well, they have the problem of not having access to the medieval sources.
No, I meant like the fans. Like this was not predicted, except by like one person on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's sad about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can't run away from this,
But
Kratos.
you know, it sounds like
I'm
though.
sorry.
I don't super blame them for not guessing it when the game first came out, because it sounds like this was a change that happened pretty late in development, where they kind of hit on the idea and rebuilt the game around it.
Really?
Yeah, like the original plan was that Tyr would actually be Tyr.
Father?
And it took.
I remember
think, like-
hearing that there was at some point in development where one of the writers came to be like, hey, or the director was like, hey, what if Tyr is Odin in disguise? And the writers took like a week to figure it out, and they're like, okay, we got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think like I don't blame anybody for not figuring it out. I blame me for not figuring it
That's
out.
fair.
Odin's my boy in the mythology. I love his habit of showing up in disguise. I can't believe I didn't see this coming.
Yup.
Yeah, there's a lot of subtle stuff that they do. All the foreshadowing. So there's a raven listening in on their plan to free Tyr. There's the subtitle for Tyr's Y and his name not having an accent
Okay,
when he's speaking.
But that's just like an
there's-
error.
Direction of
That,
fear.
like that's
It
not
could be.
foreshadowing. That's just an like they
Except
may,
that
they may say that that's
real
foreshadowing.
Tyr.
When
Yeah.
other characters speak, they have the accent when they're talking about Tyr.
And
But
when real
Odin
Tyr shows
here-
up in the post game, he has the accent when he
has the
talks.
accent.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not an error. That's
No.
actually foreshadowing.
No,
Yeah.
no, right.
And if you go back to his prison, there are raven feathers in the cell.
Yeah, let me elaborate on what I mean when I say that's just an error. In that the word tier without a accent is a word, but it's not a name. So right, it's completely like it's fundamentally like unjustifiable from a language perspective to be saying that that is foreshadowing, because that's not a word associated with any name, even though the word tier, like about 75% of the time in the Norse corpus that the word tier shows up, it is referring to Odin.
Do you wish to speak
That is
of what
tier
happened?
with an accent mark. Greater tier,
think I heard
Krafne tier, Hrofne tier. All of those have the
needs
accent mark.
space.
And so claiming that that's foreshadowing for Tyr as Odin is just
Here.
relying on people
leading that way.
assuming the accent, or either not catching the accent mark, or people just assuming that that's them fucking up rather than
Yeah.
actual doing something clever.
I would say that is exactly how it is foreshadowing for this twist. Most English speakers don't pay attention to accent marks.
Sure.
So I think that the Santa Monica Studios knew exactly what they were doing with the audience that they were writing the subtitles for. And they put in a bit of a hint that this Tyr is not quite who he appears to be, in a way that most English speakers are not going to clock.
There's broken branches over
So
there.
even though it's not foreshadowing in the sense that it's not drawing on a piece of Norse mythology that would be foreshadowing, it is foreshadowing.
It's not like there's
Dang it.
that there's like a
knife?
thematic or like
Rock?
symbolic significance to what the
face?
unaccented tier means. I think it's just literally like it looks subconsciously visually wrong to see Tyr speaking unaccented with his name when all the other characters shows it visually in such a way. It's just this little bit of like subtle something's not visually correct here,
Sure.
as opposed to a more specific meaning.
Yeah. I will
Yeah.
I will accept that. I'm just not going to give them lots of points for being clever when, you know, tier with an accent mark is usually Odin anyway.
But the clever stuff is like putting raven feathers in
Yes.
the prison. That's just them fucking with the players.
That's much better.
Why? That was
Apparently,
funny.
yeah, someone mentioned the dwarf in Svartalfheim that spits over the bridge at you when you're
understand.
sailing in. The writer's like, no one has any way to know this, but that's Odin.
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
It must stop the bleeding, or it will die. We have been wounded, and this is a distraction.
Aww. Now, on a flip side of, you know, I don't think it's that clever, to something extremely clever, right? Kratos is the previous scene initiates the "we are leaving" because he recognizes the need for space. Not because he is necessarily, you know, completely traumatized because, you know, it's Kratos.
I think Kratos is like, it's a bummer that this character I liked and trusted just got killed, and that's as far as it goes emotionally.
Exactly. But he initiates the "we're leaving" because he picks up enough of that Atreus is super fucked up that he needs that space.
Oh yeah.
And so that's a case of, I think, extremely good, right, character writing and establishing that Kratos, you know, is now, like, super paying attention and in tune with, you know, Atreus' emotional state. In a way that he was not at the start of this game or the entirety of the last game.
Certainly not.
Emotional maturity and literacy coming out of our
Everywhere I
dad.
look, I'm reminded of my mistakes.
Our actions have consequences. To be reminded of them is not punishment.
Feels like it.
I do like the high level swords and axe. They look good with the
It looks-
silver and
it
gold
looks so good.
all up.
They're so pretty. Eminently fantastical because, you know, turns
seen
out
through
actually
a
silver
deception
inlays
could
on
fool us
weapons
all.
tend to make the weapons
Stopped an
worse,
attack
not better.
we could not
Oh
predict.
no.
Something about the
is no
carving away the,
if
you know, actually hard metals
father's
to
right.
fill it in
There are
with
things
not
even
that.
gods cannot
That makes a lot of sense. Silver is pretty, but soft.
And gold's worse.
Gold's worse.
But yeah, no, we actually have 10th century silver inlaid axes. They're not,
Honor.
like, for
Becky.
nearly our nicest axes. There's one from the reign of, I want to say it's Jarl Eirikr? Eric Bloodaxe. I think it's from dates to his reign, from a Norwegian find, as like, oh yeah, here is a silver inlaid
the slave when
axe
you're
that was
ready.
probably given as a gift, and so as a status symbol, rather than a particularly useful weapon.
But they're so cool looking.
But they're so pretty. Exactly. Right? What that tells me is, right, in the Viking Age, an axe like a Dane axe like this one, that was this guild, would be like the ultimate
Here's
prestige
simple.
piece. Regardless of whether it, you know, has ice powers and is stable enough to take on Mjolnir in a 1v1.
Also, to be fair, I feel like in ye olden times, every weapon had an inbuilt, like an ingrained durability that everybody knew about. Like, this weapon's not going to last forever, at least not with repairs, not without repairs.
Yeah.
So you don't
I'm
build
afraid
something
not.
to last forever. You build
When a
something
soul
to
missing its
work for the
root,
purpose you need it to
its
for the length of
direction,
time you think
like
you're going to have it.
rocks, leaves, its
Yeah,
corporeal form.
I mean, the
God
average
can't
seems to
leave
be
the
a
lake of
handful. Right.
He's not
Actually,
only
there's a weird
dead,
contradiction in our
he's been
sagas here, because
denied
there is
the
clearly that awareness that
There's
old
nothing
weapons are
to
kind of
bring
bad.
back.
But
gone.
Atreus, if
at the
there
same
was
time,
anything we
right,
could
they
do,
usually
I
last
promise you,
maybe a half a
we'd be
dozen
doing it.
battles of any significance.
Right.
Stupid of me to hope.
At the same time, though, ancestral weapons are seen to be very good.
Well, that might be a bit of a Ship of Theseus situation, you know, the axe of my grandfather. Like,
Well, except
we
that
replaced
it's
the hilt
not,
in the.
Except it's not a Ship of Theseus situation because there's a trope of you bust open the grave mound, you take
well,
your
yes.
grandfather's sword,
This one will
and you
equal
give
still
it to the
water.
next generation as is.
Feel like
Right, but I
I'm
think that's
going
because
to
that's
steal
dope as
away
fuck,
from
not
It
because
is dope
it's
as fuck.
accurate. Yeah.
The problem is it bites. There's multiple times where it bites Saga heroes, where they're fighting with that ancestral sword, and either, like Beowulf, it just fails, or
They'll follow you no matter
they
where
have to
you
like
go,
keep
little brother.
stepping on the sword to straighten it out because the iron is so worn that it just warps. So, in a historical example, there's a blade that is supposedly created by
The lift at the
Dvergar,
end of the bridge does still work.
is reforged into
can
a
get
short
up to the
spear,
temple
and it's called Grausida.
We should just keep moving.
And it's the sword of Gisli Sursun, a famous outlaw. In the 13th century, Snorri Sturluson's oldest nephew, Sigvat Sturla, or Sturla Sigvatsson, has the same sword, or at least a sword of the same name, that is attributed to be Gisli Sursun's sword. And at the battle in which Sturla dies, he's stepping on the sword to straighten it out, because it's a rubbish weapon.
That's so funny. Which reminds me, this is my dad's favorite example of how the ancestral sword trope falls apart on the slightest scrutiny. There is a sword called Durandal,
Yeah,
the sword
the
of
Sword of
Roland.
Roland.
Yes, a historical, a partially historical officer of Charlemagne in French epic literature, also said to have belonged to Charlemagne. According to previous ownership, it belonged to a bunch of cool people, and supposedly, this is the sword of Hector from the fucking Iliad.
Yeah, it is.
You know, the Bronze Age.
Yeah, it is.
This sword is supposed to be working in, like, Charlemagne times, you know?
Yep. And then it gets buried with Roland in the Pyrenees when he gets attacked
I'm
by a bunch
so
of
sorry.
Umayyad forces and just fucking dies.
No, I don't
Yeah,
wanna hear
exactly.
it. You don't know what
Oops.
sorry means.
Oh no, this scene.
We're not letting Odin get away with this.
Would that be the Odin you invited into my home?
We were all fooled.
But some of us were bigger fools than others.
Aren't we? I gave you everything. My skills, my friendship, my home, my secrets, my treasures. And you just kept taking. And now what have I got? Not even my family. You want sorry? This is what sorry looks like.
What can we do?
We. There is no we. There's only you. No matter what the cost. So what you can do is get the fuck out of my sight.
Come, Atreus. Leave her be.
This isn't the point, but I'm really impressed by how the lighting engine is going through the stray hairs on Sindri's head.
Yeah. No, it's like the tactical elements of this really do that scene a lot of favors.
I thought we were his family too.
We were.
There's no making this right, is there?
No. But I know I'll feel better when we brought Odin to justice.
Justice. Justice is not what we seek. It is vengeance.
Well,
Every path I walk leads back to vengeance.
Maybe that's all we have left.
Well,
well,
considering that the theme of the game has so much been like you do bad things, but then you work to be better, and then be faced with Sindri, who's like, there is nothing you can do to make up for what you've just done. Is like, that's an unfortunate truth of of not being sorry, being better. Is that sometimes you cannot be better enough.
This wasn't what I meant. Not if it meant losing Brock.
But also shout out to Kratos for being like, hey, I've seen an awful lot of grieving people in my day, so, you know, mourn however you want. We're not going to take it too personal.
Yeah.
You really took everything from Sindri.
And a little pause before
Don't
he
take
goes
to
back
heart
to
what's
hitting the
said in
hammer. He
brief
does
essays.
listen to Kratos, and then he's
No
like,
matter how spot on they
yeah,
Yeah.
dang, dang, dang. He goes back to it.
Yep.
I know we should go see
It's
Freya.
so.
But I wouldn't
Emotionally
mind
breaking
staying
the
here
comic
with her
relief character is always a recipe for
for a
devastation.
little while.
It's so
A
well
few
done
last
too.
adventures to take our minds
Oh.
off the state of.
I kind of thought this happened earlier because I know how much prep work Ragnarok takes. So when we started streaming last time and I said something like, oh, there's a thing, I don't know if it's happened yet,
Yeah.
became pretty clear pretty quick that it hadn't.
Exactly. Yeah, no. The game has decided it is 100% plot now.
Yeah, thank God.
I mean, we could procrastinate and do adventures, but we're not going to. This is full plot time. So, because there still is, what, probably about 2 hours worth of plot to get through, and we want to make sure we get through that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I kind of like it when games that have slightly open world or collecty elements are like, nope, fuck you, we're in the end game now. You gotta actually play the plot. That's that was my experience playing Twilight Princess the first time. I stuck with the plot so hard the whole time, but then I was like, wait, I wanted to do like the bug collecting thing, but I'd gotten it to the point where it's like the only thing to do was go to the castle and save Zelda and fight Ganon.
Yep.
So every time I was like, Midna, you got any tooltips for me? She's like, we gotta go to the castle and save my girlfriend. And I'm like, yeah, okay,
Odin's
but like the
back
bugs
door in
though.
was also his way out.
yeah,
Blasted
no.
raven apparently hiding in the broom closet.
It
House
is.
should be secure.
This game continues to try and give you chances.
Aye,
There's like,
it's all our vengeance
I could do
now.
side quests now.
And no
There's
more
one other
fake
time I can go do
tears
side
to
quests
twist our minds around.
before we really get
mockery
locked
he
into
made
the
of
end game.
tears
Because they're like,
designed
they're
and
afraid. They're just a little bit afraid of doing exactly that. Of being like, no, we are in the set piece time now. Go do the plot. And what? Oh, you want to talk to me due to a side quest? No. We are not about to go back to the crater to go, like, get the four stags. I fully do not care about them. Thor can do whatever Thor wants to do. So yes, we're gonna play as intended. But ProZD,
Are you with us?
we love ProZD.
It's time.
But right now
For
we
what, dare I
need
ask?
serious
Time
mode.
to unite.
We are
the
in
realms.
game
Found all
phase.
300 pine cones.
Once and
Game faces.
Tyr tried
Not
to unite the
squirrels.
realms. The real Tyr. Everyone loved him. And even he failed.
Then we better not fail, or there will be no one left to try. This is Ragnarok.
And Odin's already
boy.
heard every blasted plan we have.
Yes, we've lost the element of surprise. More than that, we have only one way to Asgard, and it's not sun.
Yellow.
It means we enter from Tyr's temple, here. Asgard's wall is here. Odin's host of Einherjar will hold the space in between.
Which means we need armies of our own.
As many as will answer the call. Numbers Odin won't see coming.
And that's just to reach the wall. To breach the wall, we'll need to find Surtur.
Ratatoskr was able to procure this.
The three of us will go.
I know just where to look.
Splendid. Allies then. Who do we think we
Okay.
can get?
I'll venture to Helheim. Try to recruit the army of the dead.
I'll return to Alfheim to unite the elves.
Just like that. Unite the
Oh,
elves
interesting, that's
after
a-
centuries
oh,
of
never
war.
mind.
Well, they really like me in Alfheim.
I forgot I said I got confused with something.
Yes. To find Sigrun and muster the free
Alright,
Valkyries.
so we're assembling the Valkyrier.
Nor Niflheim, nor Jotunheim.
That leaves
Hildeswein is
only
going to take out the
Svartalfheim.
realm of the dead.
I'll go to Svartalfheim.
Sindri? Are you sure?
I said I'll go.
Sindri's got control of Svartalfheim, apparently. Where our job is to go wake up
Good luck
Surtur.
to us all.
Oh boy, who's excited? For
Yeah.
extremely obscure mythological references. Surtur himself, not super obscure. Who we're going to be
Off to
seeing?
Muspelheim to find the
Stupid
last
obscure.
fire giant.
Huh.
I almost envy everyone else's impossible mission.
Frickin' single line in an understudied, little-known poem. And
Oh boy.
That's just what we're going to be dealing with. Yeah, let me go here. So anyone thought to ask Fafnir and his brothers what to help, given that we beat them last game? Nope, they fully fucked off. No dragons for us.
Said you know where to
God
look for
damn
Surtur.
it. Except for the ones we killed in that crater for like 4 hours.
They weren't
Wouldn't
friendly.
like, okay, dragons.
4.5
no big deal.
Fafnir's not friendly either.
But
Now look, when we
I mean,
find
in the
Surtur,
game he
we'll have to
is.
convince him to come
He
behind us.
is?
Yeah,
What?
Their optional freeing
Yeah.
things in the first game
When the
for
two of
Rey and
them,
Otter and Fafnir are all
join,
dragons.
they'll create an
And they'll
enormous
fly,
destroying monster.
unlike, the Saga Fafnir. But they all are like things that we expect to be fights and then aren't. They'll blow until they realize that you're trying to unchain them, they will try and kill you.
Apologies.
But they're not truly
I have
fights.
some doubts regarding
You know, it might have just been the
negotiations with
translation I
Russia
had,
for
but
help.
I feel like I read a version where it wasn't
Thinking
even
is
clear
that
that
she may
Fafnir
be more
became a
amenable to
dragon. He
speaking
just
with
got
a
really
member of
big.
The
Deceased.
th-
Mimir.
That's true
Or death is
in
a
like
skill
the
now.
first mention of him
I suppose
in
these two can survive a
Rey's
bit
Mal.
without me.
But it's clear in the prose introduction to
mind?
Fafnir's Mal
Very well.
and
Many
in
thanks.
the Volsunga Saga
We'll catch up with
that he is a dragon
I
who
think
drags
I can see
himself
Surtur's
along in his
forge in
belly.
the distance.
Ah, that might have been it then.
Yeah. No, I know exactly which ambiguity you're thinking of, because it's when Bain is telling Sigurd of the backstory in the Poetic
Yeah,
Edda.
exactly.
It is super ambiguous what actually happens.
Sigurd's wife.
But
Yeah,
then
he takes the cursed gold, he gets really big, and that's it. It's like, what?
yeah, but then the prose introduction to the next poem makes it very clear that he's a dragon, and the prose version from a little bit later makes it very clear that he's a dragon.
Oh,
Down
fantastic.
towards that
Yeah.
tower, we might be able to see the forge.
Hooray. I don't know why I bothered collecting the thing for the collectibles that I no longer need. The instincts are strong. The muskrat shiny instincts continue apace. All the time?
Huge open world games.
So much to do, so much to grab.
It's me, grabbing all of the
I wonder if they
shinies
saw
is
their
part of...
prophecy and decided to
I
use
I've lost track of
their
so
own
many
realms to
thoughts
fight it.
of like
Understandable.
putting together a coherent,
I think they'll
understandable
understand
thing,
why
and then I
Ragnarok
see
needs to
exactly one shiny, and that's it.
Magpie instinct.
Uh-huh.
I've been doing the same thing in Breath of the Wild. Highly recommend.
That's a great game for Magpie.
Oh yeah.
Amazing. By the way, as we're just like walking around doing random fights, a reminder of our basic announcements of if you are enjoying this, make sure you hit that follow button because we're currently at 2,996 followers.
Whoa,
That's,
whoa.
that's a pretty big deal.
Oh, that's awesome.
I would love to hit 3,000 in this stream. So, if you want to help support the channel and see more things like this, hit that follow button because what is this wraith doing all the way over? Stop! Get over.
Just vibing.
Ah. Stop it! Go away. Because I have to deal with a big ass thing. Right. In order to be able to cross this gap that I need to do, I had to end the fight first, and it was stuck on the other side of the gap.
Good feel for the layout.
Oops.
Well-programmed game, no bugs
In case he
whatsoever.
doesn't want
Real Pokemon Scarlet and Violet energy.
Prophecy says he and
Just
Samwise-
a little bit.
But who knows how they're gonna feel about it now?
You would try to force these primordial
I feel like
beings
Pokemon fans
into
need to be reminded that it's okay to have standards. You know?
No. Well, we
Can't win a
refuse.
war without that, right? You gotta be
It's like,
close.
I promise, there's help. Good games, worth the money. They do exist.
Ooh, do I want this? I want this. This is a rage upgrade. I super want this. That should be enough. Boom, boom. There's one over there, and then there's one over there. Perfect. So if we do this, one. Atreus, what are you shooting at? 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. And
Those are an
1,
interesting
2.
little gameplay thingy, but they're so like abundantly gamey in a way that other mechanics in this game aren't.
Well, the collect 3 things.
Well, no, I mean not the Nornir chest, but like you shoot the arrows into the walls, and you have to like make them connect with each other. It really draws your attention to the finickiness of the level geometry.
Yeah.
In a way that I don't think it wanted to.
No. Every once in a while, right where it's clear what the intended set of things is, like it works really well. But there's a lot of times where it just kind of doesn't. Hey, we got every Nornir chest in the game. I got a trophy for it.
Woo!
Yeah. We have munched a lot of apples. It's fine.
Be ready.
Oh boy, phantoms. I should probably not use the flame or the fire weapon against the flame phantom, huh? Probably not how that works.
Try hitting it when it glows.
Alright. And then we're gonna switch to this. Oh, come on. Be done. Thank you. Boom.
We gotta take out these springs.
Boom. Boom. Split all those. That should be enough. Boom. Boom. 5 should be enough to split that. And the last one's way the heck over there, isn't it? It's like behind this. Yeah. There we go. Got it. Ow. I am on fire. Oh boy.
Classic from Muspelheim.
Yeah, that feels like that's kind of obvious, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm in the fireplace. What will I do?
I should have cracked my SPF 500.
True. Also called me whenever I go to the beach.
Hail higher latitude gangs, rise up.
Exactly. I split all those and that's that. Look. Just cause my entire ancestry has never seen the idea of like warm weather
Nice
in
job.
their life.
I'm really sweaty.
We get above 70 degrees and I get very pink. It's not ideal.
Exactly. It's all that like either lived in a forest in Germany or lived on the Baltic coastline, and that was it.
Yeah.
Those were the extent of my options. I was doomed from the start.
Let's see. I've got like 8 different flavors of the UK.
That doesn't
And
help
then-
you. Cloudy, and Scotland.
Yeah, and also pretty high latitude. It's like co-latitudinous with northern Canada. Everyone forgets because the Gulf
Yeah.
Stream makes it warm. And then on the other side, it's like, yeah, Poland Jewish, so, you know,
Yup.
inland cloudy. Probably moving farther north to escape, you know, all the various horrors. The horrors are unending, but at least my skin is fabulous.
True. Oh boy. Speaking of someone whose skin is not fabulous, though, Surtur. His skin is suspiciously, soot. He's not even on fire.
Fire giant.
Distinctly
He's not even on
unfab.
fire. Why is he so small?
Ow.
Weak sauce.
What just happened? Hey, that wasn't.
We deal with these first.
What do these guys have against making giants actually big?
Apparently it was uncool or cliche or something. Which is why they did it with Thalmor. But, of course, the very first giant you actually see
Behind you!
is...
Look out! Another one?
There's a second one? Oh,
He is
that's,
the guardian
that's
of this
rubbish.
realm. It is his right to defend it.
Also funny that he just backhanded you into a second arena boss fight.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been a while since I've seen one of these pre-animated takedowns from the first game.
Hey, we saw it every time a troll showed up.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah,
I'm so
for the
glad
soul
we
leaders,
haven't
I'm
seen
just
the
bad at
Tolkien
fighting them,
game.
so it's fine. Alright, back to business as usual.
I hope they just repeat that scene. Go back up, get backhanded again. More Soul Eater things.
More soul leaders.
No post-game content, only getting backhanded by Surtur forever.
Exactly. By the way, we do have another redemption of our lovely channel points for healing or hydration.
Woo!
Fair enough.
Some more of my tea.
Exactly.
I wasn't really paying attention to the tea when I bought it, so I didn't realize it was like luck of the Irish, pot of gold, Irish breakfast with an Irish proverb on the cylinder, and I feel vaguely appropriate of drinking it, despite the aforementioned actual cultural link.
That's incredible. Mine is just
Yeah.
cheap lemon ginger tea, which when it was hot was delicious, but now that's cooling off, it's rapidly becoming not that.
Everyone's so weenie about lukewarm tea. Hot tea's fine. Iced tea is delicious.
If you get good tea,
won't help you.
then it's fine lukewarm. The problem is bad tea, lukewarm is the worst thing in
You
existence.
seek.
I
That's not
swear
true.
the flavor
That's-
changes.
What's
Yeah.
left on him?
I was being very hyperbolic there. It's fine.
Why won't you help us?
It's just versus hot
don't-
tea or iced tea?
Want to.
Yeah.
Trash tier.
Elaborate.
Oh, that reminds me. You guys know the thing about how, like, water sounds different when being poured at different temperatures, right?
Yeah.
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 I mean, it's like when you pour
got
boiling
so
water out of a
much to
kettle
live
into a
for.
teacup, you can hear it's got like this like sharper timbre to it, you know? It doesn't blorp so much as when it's cold.
So what's the point of
And the
all
fact
this?
that your ear can distinguish that
keep
is
separate from
fucking
Sinmara
bananas,
just
all
so you
things
can
considered. Like,
Sit here and wait to die?
like on a molecular level, what's
At least if you
happening
join with
there?
her, we'll be
Energy.
together again.
We are together.
Aw.
Hey.
Anyway, more sad. The game continues to be sad, cause Surtur is married to a,
not much.
well, Frost Jotun
It's enough.
called Sinmara.
But you're not even.
And they
never
swapped
been-
hearts because they can't physically be together, so they just swapped hearts.
It's
And
pretty
you
good.
have to kill both of them in order to cause Ragnarok.
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
Odin
We
will
can do
succeed.
shenanigans.
Also, I love the
and
most
all realms
understated
save
line in the
Asgard
whole
will
game is,
fall.
have you ever been in love?
Yeah?
Pretty good.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
must die.
Pretty good.
It's true.
Aw. But yes, a mythological reference.
But I won't
Sinmara
sacrifice
appears
her
in
any more than
one poem,
I would him.
Fjölvinsmal.
Sorry.
Chat, raise your hand if you've heard of Fjölvinsmal from someone other than me.
Come. Wait.
And if you put up your hand, you're either in this field or you're
Those
lying. So...
May I see them?
Oh, good. The huh, a shrug, a nope, a huh. Yup. Yup. You may have heard it under a different name, Sveepdogsmal. You haven't heard under that name either, because they're obscure.
I'm more than a fool who knows. They are not
You got nothing, only heard it from me. Yeah.
Shouldn't matter.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, so... It's part of the... It is in the Poetic Edda, but it's one of the weird, like, heroic poems that's not about Sigurd that
What
tends to get put in with the rest of the Poetic
Put
Edda.
those in here. And I'll be
And it's mentioned
monster.
entirely tangentially of this
But
guy,
I don't want him
Hildir,
involved
is
at
trying to
all.
break into a castle, and to get in,
prophecy says
he
you
has
two
to answer a
have
bunch
to
of
combine.
cosmological questions from the gatekeeper,
This'll work.
and one of them is about Sinmara,
What have I got to
who is apparently, according to that poem and nowhere else, married to Surtur, and is given exactly zero characterization or description.
You know, I find his gaping, bloodless
Follow
chest
me.
wound that he just pulled open for a point deeply gross.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. Luckily, we're going to solve that problem by stabbing him.
Where do we go?
That'll make it less gross, right?
The world.
Did they just really not want to render
where
Sinmara in
Niflheim
this
and
game?
No, she's in post game.
Where the first
Oh, of
realms
course she
came
is.
into existence.
That makes perfect sense. I assume if you go to
You won't be
Niflheim
able to
in the
get through
post game,
this.
she'll be there, hanging out.
Yep.
Yep.
Whoa.
Yep. So, yeah, I think they want something tragic, something. I don't know. I'm not really sure I understand what they're
Surtur?
trying to do with this.
Still me.
Versus
What
being
awaits
able to
us
have
at
a
this spark
like
of the
spooky
world?
moment later.
Magic, primordial
Yeah.
stuff. With that and your blades and my heart, we'll be
Maybe this is how Surtur and Sinmara technically combine her heart and his body. Yes, but with the extra power of
But what'll happen
Surtur's
when you
fire
change?
has been transferred to the flames of chaos. Or to the blades of chaos.
Won't be me
And so we're just
But
gonna
how will you,
stab him,
or,
and that'll supposedly
future
do the
new
same
you,
reaction.
know when to attack Asgard?
You got the horn, right?
So yeah.
We're good.
Huh. Yeah, she's got a character model. A pretty cool looking one.
So,
Yeah. I mean, all the
Never shows up,
character
I
models
guess.
in this are kinda rule.
The spark.
The character
Oh, she's
designs
got
are
good,
so good.
hair. It's like a mullet, but
Beautiful.
like it kind of
I'll meet
works.
you across.
Who?
This feels too easy.
Oh, and her quote on fandom, godofwar.fandom.com, is labeled "Cut dialogue of Sinmara." Guys, come on. The game is fucking
What
what,
other
50
choice
hours
do we have?
long? You couldn't slide her into a side quest?
Do you want even more? Like this sequence to take even longer, Red? No, what you
Perhaps
could,
they could have
Cut-
populated it more densely with plot stuff.
Maybe they could have, instead of having 3 fake outs, only have 1 fake out for the Nornir, and then suddenly you have time for Sinmara?
I mean, they were supposed to have Kreisvelger as a boss fight in God of War 1, or in God of War 2018. And I was very disappointed that there was not, because it's just another troll fight.
What about
Yeah.
Samara?
Eventually,
Should we at least tell her?
no.
even with all this stuff that you see on
More than
screen,
not knowing what happened to you?
the budget's got to come out of somewhere.
Loving
Yup.
someone,
Actually,
Oh.
looking at the cut content, I don't think I would have liked
the
this
lesser
version.
pain.
That doesn't make any sense.
Promise you'll stay away
Look,
from
look
her.
at how
You have our
good
word.
all of this is.
Sword, is stabbing you with the blade's gonna be enough to create this new you?
Samara's
Colorful
heart
Star
is
Void underground.
So
Surtur's like, absolutely do not involve her in the
the
game.
dad's now got my fire.
Guess what
in
we're
this
gonna do in the
place.
post game?
If enough of me and the spark's fire go into enough of her, it should work.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
Come here.
So this is supposedly the point where, you know, the gap that was Genunga sparked into everything into existence.
Oh, that makes sense. That is
Yeah.
sort of discussed.
Exactly, when the cold mists coming off of Niflheim and the sparks coming out of Muspelheim form into the space that is named Genunga Gap, which translates to the gap that is Genunga.
Exactly what it says on the tin.
Exactly. This is apparently the point where Ymir is
Blades.
created.
Move!
And then from Ymir comes everything else except for Oidambla.
This'll hurt.
This'll hurt. Yep.
No, I thought getting stabbed in the heart would be totes fine.
Chat says, girl that is not bisexual lighting, you are being led into the memorial abyss.
Oh, it'll hurt Kratos. That was not what I was expecting.
My fire, her heart.
Oh.
Combine them, you get Ragnarok. It's time.
I'm just not gonna look at this bit. You
Yeah,
know what?
that's valid.
Ugh. It's like my brain's not hitting the trypophobia button, but it's like hammering its finger over it in confusion.
That's,
like,
you know,
like I'm not getting itchies. I just hate it.
That's fair. Yeah. All right. He's now off. He's now off screen. I don't think we get the trypophobia bit again.
How long do you think
I'll give it a second for the stream to catch up.
In the meantime, while he's powering up, we've got a double Valkyrie fight.
Oh, goody.
Valkyries!
Heath and Meast, who are mentioned in Gravnismal in the list of Valkyries.
Oh yeah, these ones are the ones that went to arrest Atreus.
Yeah.
I like how they actually give these characters wings that are big enough that you're like, I kind of believe that this person can fly with those.
Yes.
Like, the physics is still dubious, but, like, really the only way it makes sense is if they're, like, you know, 1.5 feet, 2 feet over their heads when they're at rest. Are their health bars linked? Or...
Yes.
Huh.
Which is very good news for us, because this fight would be a lot if it wasn't. And I can just attack whoever's closer. Oh, I should use the spear here, because I'm betting they have Bifrost element, which is going to make this fight an absolute joke. Ow. After set piece getting my day ruined. Oh, stop it. Stop punching Atreus.
Tender god. No, he's a very real god.
Yeah,
he killed a lot of people to get that title.
Just because we're from a different pantheon does not mean that we're not real. We're just from a different pantheon.
Yeah. All pantheons matter.
Exactly. Aw, it isn't letting me get an element off of them. Annoying. No, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. I know Atreus is in trouble. Ow. Yes, let me my button input. Thank you. Whatever, let's just do this on them. That's why we got the rage upgrade anyway. It's just to punch them repeatedly.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Wow, their health bars are not responding to that.
Ah, that wasn't bad.
Like, no, we're gonna stay put here, actually.
They are so spongy.
They're a little bit damaging. Ow. Okay, I did get that parry off. I disagree again.
This controller's broken. My dad works at Nintendo.
True.
My dad, Jonathan PlayStation, would be very mad at
You're fine. Kratos, you're fine. Ow. Oh, good. They done yet? No. Nope. There. Health bar 2. Done. That's a suspiciously, you know, Christian invocation. In your name, amen. Like, come on.
Behind you! Look out!
They're gonna yeet that at me? Thanks. Alright, and let's buff up my damage. Oh. Alright. There we are. That should make that pretty easy. 5 seconds of busted bonus strength. does, I think, make that pretty straightforward. Switch into the blades, hit them with the big runic, and Atreus, you're fine. I've got them dead, you don't even need to worry about it.
Get away from him!
And... There. Oh. Let's try that again. And there. And oh. I'm bad at quick time events. I'm very bad at quick time events. Luckily, they have no consequences.
Yeah, how do we do this in the last games? These things are like...
I hate... I'm just, like... I have whipped every single one. This is like not even... This is a me issue, not a... This is not a game issue, this is a me skill issue. Nice set piece.
I just feel like Atreus could solve so many more of his problems by turning into a bear on the regular.
Honestly, true.
Did it work?
Stop being scared of being a shapeshifter. Give us the bear content we deserve.
There is some stuff back there, though, before
Lunda will pick them up off camera. It's fine.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah, if you miss anything in a fight at any of the shops, they're gonna be over there.
I thought it was stuff that was dropped when you died.
Nope.
Sorry, I just had a moment of revelation. I just realized that the last time I did a Heart of Olynthe stream, I did something I actually couldn't have done by my class features, and now I'm feeling retroactive shame.
Oh no!
I wild shaped into a bear, but I won't be able to do that for another few levels because the challenge rating's too high.
It looks cool though.
Maybe I was a black bear. Those ones are weenies, right?
Sure. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You were a red panda.
Just a really big, like, turning red style.
Exactly.
Same CR, just big.
Think about it. We're gonna show up to Asgard and
Alright, so the plan is we're going to show up and now Surtur as Ragnarok is gonna just murder everything and it's all going to be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She could only see the big stuff.
Game's like, you can put the controller down now, I'm sure you're done.
Also, Atreus is still talking about prophecy when the Nornir have just told us all of that is fake news.
Stay tuned to Friday for more thoughts on that from OSP.
Oh boy.
Yep. But the more I've been thinking about it, the more I do like it from like a Norse studies perspective. Right, because one of the big things that you see is with the heroes is heroes kind of all suck. Heroes are not good people. Even though they're good to hear stories about, but they're like they're not good.
They're train wrecks. It's fun to watch.
Exactly.
Nothing good is happening, but they're kind of
dangerous to everyone around them. Much more than any of themselves, but it's fine because that's just like a par for the course. They existed in the past. As long as you're not trying to do it in the present, it's fine. But a coherent thing with heroes is that someone smart tells them what's going to happen, and they're like, okay, but like...
Sounds fake, but okay.
We're not going to do anything about it. Like, Sigurdur in Volsunga Saga.
Oh god, don't fucking start.
Brynhildr specifically says, you know this is going to all end super badly, right? And he's like, well, yeah. If I thought I was going to live forever, literally the line is, if I thought I was going to live forever, I'd be worried. But I knew I wasn't going to live forever anyway, so...
Some of us are just built different.
Exactly. That's his reaction to his uncle, telling him that he's going to die badly. That's his reaction to his love interest telling him he's going to die badly. That's his response to Fafnir telling him he's going to die badly.
Fafnir's like, we just met, but considering you just stabbed me, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say you're an asshole.
Yeah, but also, right, people on the verge of death have prophetic vision. It's, like, expected and normal. And so, yeah, they all, between the three of them, they managed to spoil the entire plot. And Sigurd's response is, okay, but, like, what if we didn't make any different decisions because of it?
What if we knew everything that was going to happen and we didn't care?
Exactly.
And we still had the audacity to be butthurt about it later.
Exactly, right? At the moment where it's too late, he's like, wait, I can... Let me change. I can just, like, I'll divorce Brynhild, marry you, Brynhilder, it'll be fine. And Brynhilder was like, nah. We are, like, 5 years too late for that.
I never thought the leopards would eat my face, says subject of prophecy of the leopard-eating faces party.
Exactly. And so,
also, Reptora says part of the issue today is the term hero conveys a lot of positive elements. When people hear it, we think of good people, whereas before it was just a person who is big and powerful and enacts their will through violence on others.
Yeah,
Yep.
the difference between great and good.
Yeah.
There are nuances between, you know, heroes in an Irish corpus, which is where,
You're always quiet,
you know, Raptoris is paraphrasing Watcher, and they specialize in Irish lit. There are nuances between Norse and Irish heroes, but they do share a lot of similarities. Namely, you really don't actually want them around you because they're rude. They're just not good people.
I feel like the modern idea of a hero is mostly because of superheroes.
Yeah.
Where it's like, these are great, powerful beings who are also good. They use their powers for good. They deal with other great, powerful beings who use their powers for evil. Those are the bad guys.
Exactly. So imagine, if you will, an Ubermensch, but not a cock, and there you go.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
You know that thing the Nazis are always banging on about? I thought, wouldn't it be really funny if we appropriated that shit and made it way better than they ever did?
Yup.
We're gonna call him Superman, because fuck subtlety, am I right?
Yeah.
We need to leave before
And we're gonna
anything
give
else
him
shows up.
dark curly hair just to fuck with him. Honestly, the balls on those men, truly incredible.
It's very funny. Big fan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, look, there's a raven.
Father, I know we're doing the right
Hey,
Ragnarok
spooky
has
green
to
raven.
happen.
The price we and others paid for this war is high. We'll only get
I have killed
higher.
26 out of 48 ravens. There's so many ravens. Oh boy. And now we are finally back up here to continue our plot.
And yes, my usefulness
But yeah,
to a
anyway,
certain Vanya
let's
numpty
keep going
did
with
run
that,
out.
like, heroism and fate idea, right?
Ragnarok
It's
protocol.
like,
As do the armies of hell.
the idea that they could have just
I'm
made a
supposed
different
to
choice
It
at
seems war is
any
upon
point.
us at last.
Like,
We have to
just
know,
control,
brother.
for
Give some
Graf,
time
you know,
before
just
unexpected
control your
attempt.
temper for
This could be our
3.2
last
seconds.
chance, Father.
As
Is there
none
anything
of
you
this
wanna
would have
finish up?
happened.
Are you referring to the child puncher incident?
Yes! I am referring to the child puncher incident.
Look,
Yeah.
that could have happened to anybody, okay?
We are undergoing a trial in the court of the most powerful man in Scandinavia, where you have to walk across hot coals and not punch a child. And what is the first thing you do? Punch a child.
Hey, if not punching a child was on the instructions, maybe Grettir would have listened, but they all assumed that don't punch a child was like, just, you know, one of those unspoken goes without saying things.
No, this is like the don't think of a purple elephant challenge, where it's like as soon as the thought is planted in your head, it's just a reflex.
He's just like sweating profusely, like, don't punch child, don't punch child. The kid's like, hi, and he's like, ah!
Exactly.
Oh, fuck, oh, sorry.
The child did insult him exactly once, and the saga interprets him as being actually a demon.
Yeah,
but
the
he still
saga's like,
punched
it
the
is
child.
said by some, and it's like, oh yeah, who fucking says that? Grettir's great-great-great-great-grandson writing this down?
The saga author. Exactly.
Yeah.
If it ever says some say, that is 100% what the saga author believes.
I've heard from many people come to tell
Hey,
me,
hey.
they say, hey, is that kid was an absolute demon. Everyone
Kid was
thinks
literally sent from hell to make everybody think Grettir was an asshole by provoking him very slightly and then getting punched about it.
Yep, and I love it that even the King of Norway there is like, you know, I don't think this was actually your fault, but you have such bad luck that there's nothing I can do to help you by.
Yeah,
I
literally.
do not want to associate with you in the slightest. Please leave.
King is like, look, so the whole point of this trial is to determine your worth before the gods, and if you are that unlucky, I think the gods have spoken, bro.
And by the gods, I'm pretty sure if it's Oliver Tryggvason, it means capital G God.
Oh, well, you know. Maybe
Yeah.
it contains multitudes, you don't know.
This is true. So, ancient will lead in curse? True. But more of a jerk about it.
Yeah, it's not a Will Wheaton curse because Will Wheaton has done nothing to deserve that, whereas Grettir did kill Glaumur and knew he was gonna get cursed about it. In fact, I believe before he headed over to Glaumur, his uncle was like, maybe that feels real bad.
Uncles are very good at doing that.
Yeah.
That's primarily what they do. Is be like, are you in a Norse corpus? Their primary job is to be like, are you sure about this? And the Saga heroes inevitably say yes, and they are never right.
The equivalent of like signing the terms and conditions, like yeah, fucking whatever, fame and glory or something. It's probably what he was warning me about. Let's go.
Yup.
I can't get over the child puncher incident.
The child puncher incident is just so much. Oh boy. So yeah, I think that's...
You could tell the Saga author was like, oh, there's really no good way to spin this one.
Yep.
Like all the other ghost wrestling, it's like, yeah, so he was doing a little grave robbing, but it was on behalf of the guy he was staying with. And yeah, he was crashing on that guy's couch for like 3 years, but you know, he sort of pulled his weight, made some funny poems, everybody liked him. And then with the child puncher thing, they were like, well, I can't leave this out because it's instrumental to his downfall, but I also really don't want to talk about this.
I just think he's not the biggest jerk in the Icelandic family talk.
Oh no, of course not.
I think Eir Skallagrimsson pretty much has that one in the bag.
Oh yeah, how bad?
He kills someone when he's 3.
And after that,
Oh.
And again when he's 9.
Okay, well by the time you're 9, I think you know that murder is bad.
Wait, sorry. I got that backwards. Sorry. Eir punched someone, got drunk, and composed poetry at the age of 3. And then murdered someone at the age of 9.
They grow up so fast.
Exactly. To be fair, his dad kills his nursemaid by well, his dad attempts to kill Eir when he's 9 after Eir kills someone. Because he gets an... Eir and his best friend get in a wrestling match against Eir's dad. You know, kids play fighting dads. It's as it goes.
Right.
Eir's dad fully fucking murders Eir's best friend.
At age 9?
Yep.
Methinks the apple doesn't fall very far from the murder tree.
Eir responds by murdering his dad's favorite enslaved person, which is super yikes.
What the fuck is all this proxy war shit?
Eir's dad...
Just kill each other like civilized people.
No, this is how feuds work. Eir's dad responds by attempting to kill Eir.
Well, that makes sense.
Eir's nursemaid distracts Skallagrimur from trying to kill Eir. And the response is to chuck a rock so that she gets fully smushed into tiny bits in the bottom of... crap, what town is that? It's in...
There's only like 3 of them.
Borgnafjörður. That's what it is. You can see the rock still out in the bay in the town of Borgnafjörður in Iceland.
Cute.
There's an explanation for why that particular rock is sitting in the middle of the bay. Is because Egil Skallagrimsson's dad used it to fucking murder one of his servants and Egil's, the person who raised Egil from when the age of very small.
I was wondering about that sort of thing. We didn't go near the island of Drangey when we were in Iceland, but
Yeah,
I was
that's
kind
a
of
long
hoping we might catch a glimpse.
No, that's that's like the other side of the country from where you were.
Yeah, but Iceland's not that big.
That still is like a 6-hour drive.
You know, it's like Manhattan rules, right? Pretty walkable.
Yeah. Not walkable. Don't try that. The weather is bad, and you will have to get rescued by volunteer search and rescue, and they will not be happy with you.
Surtur didn't want some more involved.
But hey, we know some of the volunteer search and rescue guys now, so
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like, how many people do you pull from the snow
The army's
during the
probably
summer?
gathered in their
It's
home
like
realms.
probably 3 or 5 a day. We're like,
Yeah.
oh, not bad. Oh,
Yeah.
It's because we were when we were in the sort of floodplain area, we kept passing these signs that were like, absolutely do not try to drive through this area in a normal civilian car. And I was like, that's an interesting sign. And he was like, oh, you read the sign. Most people don't.
Most people don't. There's also why every tour guide. You went over to the sand beaches at Vik, right?
We went to the Black
yeah.
Sand Beach.
Yeah,
There's the signs all over there that say, "Do not go into the water, you insane person."
You will die so hard, yeah.
Every tour guide is required to remind people of that because, chat, the closest piece of land, if you draw a straight line south from that point, is fucking Antarctica.
Oh my god. Yeah, when we went there, it was a red alert day, so they have a sign with these lights that's like, they've got a green light, a yellow light, and a red light. And the green light is like, okay, it's okay to go out to this point, but be careful. And the yellow light is like, all right, it's okay to go out to this point, but be careful. And the red light is, don't go past this sign. And our tour guide was like, I'll be right back, and he goes out, comes back 5 minutes later, he's like, all right, follow me, it's fine. And just walks past the sign.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay.
Well, when you say it like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not the best idea. Typically don't do that, but
We were all pretty smart about it. Well, I gotta say, there's very little more ominous than reading through that warning sign, because it's got shit like, never, ever turn your back on the sea. And I was like, that's incredible. I have to steal that for something horrifying. I love that, and I also hate it.
Yeah.
And as soon as we like crested the ridge and could sort of see down the black sand and to the water, it was like roiling in place, just these 6-foot waves. Like, you know how when they're like, if a tsunami is coming, the water pulls all the way away from the shore and then just sort of goes up? It was like that, but on a micro scale, constantly. And I saw it, and the first thing my brain thought was like, that would kill me and not notice. It would kill me and feel nothing.
Correct.
Then we all know
They are.
Our plan is
They
only
do
missing
not
one
fuck around.
thing.
I also know some folks from the Icelandic search and rescue group. The number of people they have to pull out of the water from ignoring those signs is way too high, and it's exceedingly dangerous work.
This is our
Oh, yeah.
invasion,
So
a
yeah,
siege on his
it is
terrain.
fully.
I want our most experienced
like,
wartime general in the field.
Iceland does
I
not
don't
fuck
care about
around,
the
and if the
others, I don't
signs
care
tell you to
about
don't
the
do something,
prophecies
just
and
don't do it.
champions. I
You can
just
get a
need
good
us
photo
to
from
win.
behind the sign. I
Yeah.
promise.
I know what I'm asking.
I think part of the reason why it's like never turn your back on the ocean is because it's like, I want to take a selfie with the cool ocean in the background. It's like, don't. Fucking don't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely don't.
The other thing about that area is guess what direction the current runs?
Out, I'm sure.
Due south.
Yeah.
Towards
To
Antarctica.
Antarctica. Woo!
So, and the waves, I mean, you said it right perfectly. They're 6 feet high on a bad day.
Yeah.
One wave, higher than the rest, hits you, kneecaps you, pulls you out to
Yep.
sea, and you're just fucked.
They call them sneaker waves.
Yep.
Because they sneak up
Here we
on you.
are.
And of course, it's winter,
your
so the
tent is
water
to
is
the right.
icy cold,
Atreus.
and
Yours
you're
is to
wearing
the
a
left.
heavy coat,
Mine?
so you're
A
extra
young
fucked.
warrior needs his
Yep.
own space, don't you
Yeah,
think?
this was much farther inland, but there were a few places where
Thanks.
we got like up to the
Sleep on
entrance
what we
of that one valley, the Thor
Let me
Valley.
know
I don't
on
remember
the
the
Yeah.
way you decide.
yeah, Thorsmork, yeah. And we didn't go farther in because there was like an ice fall risk, and our guide was like, nope, even with a helmet that would be bad. and
It's
you guys don't have
February. That's about right.
Yeah. But there was this river that was running through it, and while we were there, and he was explaining some stories about the elves and the hidden people, snow started falling, and I sort of looked down at the river, and I noticed the snow was falling into the water and staying frozen, and then just sort of getting carried down by the current, because the water was so cold that it wasn't melting the ice.
The
And I was
wa-
like,
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Normally that doesn't physically happen.
The water in most of Iceland hovers most of the year. If it's not geothermally heated, it hovers between 2 and 4 degrees Celsius all year round.
Mm-hmm.
So just enough to be liquid.
Yeah. Especially
Just-
if it's in motion. Like, presumably if it stopped, it would start freezing.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But yeah,
Oh,
no,
so cool.
It's so good. I'm going to actually go swimming in at Thingvellir in the Silfrau crevices, which is the river that runs through Thingvellir is all glacial runoff. So I've gone to actually go snorkeling in Silfrau, and it is bloody fucking cold, but it is crystal clear.
Nightmare.
Like, I am blind without my glasses. Obviously I can't wear them while wearing a snorkel mask, but the water is so clear and has such a magnification effect that I could see fine all the way to the bottom.
Wow.
Yeah, no, it's so good. Parisian, what would actually happen is you'd be carried south for about 100 miles, and then you get caught by the Ingemere current. It starts with an I. I don't remember its exact name. But it's the Gulf Stream branch that spins around southern and western Iceland. So you get spun around that and wash up in Breiðafjörður or at Reykjavik. Your corpse would, at least. You might go up to Breiðafjörður, you might end up in Reykjavik Harbor as a corpse. That's actually how, still in Ale Saga, that's actually how the Skallagrímur finds the town where he's going to settle. Is he throws his dad, who's a werewolf, his name is Veldulfur, werewolf, he dies on the voyage over. And so his last instructions to his son were, throw me over, and where my corpse washes up is where you should make land. Because I'm dead, I'm prophetic like that. So they do, and he washes up, so Icelandic geography on the west coast is basically 5 fjords. There's Faxaflói, which is where Reykjavik is. There's Hvalfjörður, which is where Akranes is. There's Borgarfjörður, where Borgarnes is. And actually, I guess it's only 4 before you hit the west fjords. And then there's Breiðafjörður, which is the big one where Eyrbyggja Saga takes place, where part of Grettis Saga takes place. Big important place. And then you get up into the west fjords, and it's just crinkly. The game audio cut out. What? How?
No!
Please hold.
You know, it is interesting.
Just came back.
Oh, okay. Weird.
What?
I just saw
it do it. We're gonna just fiddle with the wires, make sure it's fine.
Yep.
All right, it's back.
Okay.
I think.
Whack.
I'm so confused. Right now, the game is just silent, chat.
So it's not supposed to be playing audio right now.
Oh, no. Now it is supposed to be, and it's not. Please hold.
All right. Well, while we're working on that, I can mention that the one thing that I think is really interesting about Iceland is how easy it makes it to realize the true scale and power of the tectonic and terrestrial forces that shaped the landscapes that we now live on in relative stability and peace. Because Iceland is very, very young, geologically speaking. I think we mentioned this on a previous stream. It's not the youngest landmass in the world because, of course, there are always volcanic islands popping up, especially around Hawaii. But it's really young. It's still settling in. Like, give it another 30 million years, it'll look a lot like New Zealand. But until then, it's constantly barfing up igneous rock, and everything is black or white, depending on whether it's rock or snow. And you look out at the ocean and you just see the sheer force behind it. And you're like, oh yes, that's an inconceivably vast quantity of water all moving. And I am so tiny compared to it. And then, you know, we weren't there during any active volcanic or earthquake activity, sadly. But our guide did take us up to this big cleft in a mountain. Like, it literally looked like it had been cracked in half. Sadly, we did not go through the cleft. I was voting for going through the cleft, but what do I know? And the area that we were standing on, as he explained it to us, was 100 meters of newly deposited rock from the last time the volcano went. And before it had been a beautiful little lake that he would take tour groups out to. And now there's just a huge pile of rock. And you look at, like, how much rock a human being can move. Even a medium-sized boulder, your average human can't move. And then you look at how much of that gets moved around by that sort of just primordial force.
Shit, sorry. You guys
At
just
one
cut
point, we
out.
were driving across this relatively flat plain between these mountains, and there were these huge boulders just kind of evenly spaced around the landscape. And I was talking with one of our friends. We were sort of debating over how they got there. It was like,
those get there.
yeah, it's like maybe it was volcanic ejecta, but then, you'd expect there to be a distribution about where it's like denser near the volcano and then more, sparse farther out. But these are pretty evenly spaced across this whole space, or, maybe, who knows? And then our driver kind of turned back and was like, you want me to tell you? And we were like, yeah. He's like, floods carried them. So, floodwater.
You were in the floodplains from Katla and Hekla, weren't you?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Because
And
you're
that's-
like southwestern Iceland in that big open plain.
Yep, and that
Yeah.
was huge volcanic rocks like the size of buses, just chilling. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, water moved that.
All right.
And then the water went away.
Friends, I'm gonna have to unplug you for a moment to try and I'm gonna try switching the audio on the PS4 into the controller and then back, and hopefully that'll fix the audio issues. Otherwise, I have no idea why. The menu has audio, but the game doesn't.
Wow, okay.
I
have fun.
don't know how that works. So please hold. You can still hear me fine, but you shouldn't be able... Alright, so that's fine. Hang on, chat. I'm going to unpause briefly. Then we're going to see if it's playing through here, and then we'll switch it back and see if it fixes it. It is not playing through there. I may just... I don't understand. There is no reason for it to be doing that. So it looks...
The
yeah,
subtitles aren't playing.
Exactly. I'll see if I can get a save in right here. And we'll see if I can just fully exit the software, reload it, because I think it is a bug.
This reminds me, I was just watching the lowest percent video about a glitchless Pokemon run.
Oh, it's impossible.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible. There's like a 1 in 256 chance of every move glitching.
Yeah. So we're just exiting the menu, and we're reloading this. We're going to reload.
Like Pokemon games have gotten more broken recently. No, this is an honored tradition.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, the first gen Pokemon is fully held together with like duct tape. So we've got the manual save there. Let's see if there's a good auto save.
Maybe this is because we
right
were
before
shit talking Glauber before.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Let's just reload this autosave. We'll see how this works. We'll see how this fixes it. But yes, I appreciate you all letting me know and troubleshooting. Game broke.
Gave us more time to talk about fun Iceland stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, more ice and stuff.
Yeah, but that's the thing, like, every area has the natural disasters it contends with, but they don't tend to be super frequent, you know? Like, it's a seasonal thing. Like, if you live in Tornado Alley, you know tornadoes happen, but you're probably not going to live through more than one, or, you know, that gets... I mean, the way I said that makes it sound bad, but you know what I mean, like...
I mean, yeah, yes, except that I disagree, having been narrowly missed by tornadoes 3 times in my life. So,
this might be...
Thor is an outlier and should not be considered.
Yeah.
I've had one miss my house in Colorado when I was a kid by a quarter mile.
Colorado's not really... Well, hold on.
It was a big storm. Lived out on the plains, not in the mountains. And then in my parents' house, like 4 or 5 years ago, also got like 2 streets over, got hit by a tornado. So you know, not small tornadoes either.
No,
not huge, not like the one that took out Joplin, what, 15 years back.
Tornadoes are definitely weird. They are like basically the smallest possible weather event that still qualifies as a weather event, which is why they're so hard to predict.
Yeah, they're nasty.
Yeah, they basically operate below the pixel resolution that we can do weather prediction at because of, you know, chaos and how that works. Below a certain granularity, it's almost completely unpredictable.
My queen,
the dialogue is still not going?
Among the
Yeah, it
forces
is.
breaching from
Oh, okay, sorry.
Alfheim,
Someone on chat,
Helheim, and
maybe.
here in
Okay, never mind, we're fine.
We're fine.
We stand ready. Kratos,
We're fine, you just have a little bit of delay. We're okay. We're okay.
We're okay.
Oh,
Everything's
Everyone,
fine.
stop panicking!
Exactly.
Freya,
By the way, Hawk,
have you
thank you
determined our path
for
out
the
of
follow.
Asgard?
We are
If
edging
the towers are the way in,
super close
we
to that
count on them
3,000
being
follower
the
mark.
way
So
out.
if you've been
And if
enjoying
they
this,
are not?
enjoying the
Then we
banter,
all know what we
enjoying the
signed
chill
up for.
vibes,
Our
you
plan
should,
is
you should
only
also hit
missing
that follow
one
button
thing.
to come
A
join more
leader.
streams for a
That
variety of
honor
stuff.
is yours.
Little
You have a
vibe
righteous
beats
claim.
to study in Ragnarok,
And the respect of
too.
your troops.
True.
And you have faced this enemy before.
I held his invading army to a stalemate. This is our invasion, a siege
Oh, boy.
on his terrain.
So let's try this
I want
again
our
and
most
hopefully it works.
experienced
By
wartime
the way,
general
also
in the
with
field.
Sigrun,
I don't care about the
Sigrun's
honors. I
design.
don't care about the
I'm
prophecies
gonna
and
hit that on
champions.
Sebago
I
marker
just
for
need
Wagner
us
that
to
is
win.
not horned helmets
Freya.
because
I
it's
know
winged
what I'm
helmets.
asking.
That's totally
Just-
different, we swear.
Yeah.
Sleep on it.
Yeah.
Here we are. Kratos, your tent is to the right, and Atreus, yours is to the left.
Mine?
A young warrior needs his own
Oof.
space, don't you think?
Well, that's
do.
rough.
Wow.
I'm glad you moved
Thanks.
out. I feel bad for the people who moved in. Well, honestly, I've had more damage. Right, tornadoes are bad, but the much more common weather event is, you know, just horrifying ice storms.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you guys saw it in Iceland, but you know, Reykjavik has this fun thing of being completely surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and ocean on the 4th side.
Yeah. We had,
Which-
I think on you guys' last day, there was like a snowstorm came in that was pretty ridiculous. It just started piling up snow. Like the cab that came for us, we were like backing up and starting over because we were kind of just like driven into a little trough of snow in the parking lot, and we were doing the like forward reverse samba for like a minute and a half before our driver got over the hump and basically was like, "All right, now we got to find the road," and we were like, "Okay."
The audio's.
You know what?
Chat.
It's fine. This scene
I
is
think
cursed.
that-
Let's just let it play out.
I think the dialogue, yeah. I think it may just be game cursed. Hopefully it comes back in the next scene when we load the next thing. But unfortunately, this is a super good scene. Right, that piece had not been super important because it was just Sigrun saying, "Hey, can I like hang out with Mimir for a bit?" Because you know they are a couple and they are cute about it.
Aww.
I never actually did the Valkyrie quest at the end of God of War 2018, so the whole like
Don't worry
Mimir
about it.
Sigrun thing came completely as a shock to me when I was playing through God of War Ragnarok.
But this here is Atreus. Let me summarize since the game seems to have decided to be cursed.
Let me explain. No, it's too much. Let me sum up.
Exactly. Atreus is nervous, and so I was like, "Hey, Dad, can you tell me a bedtime story?"
Oh no!
Yeah. So
all the
he's
things
like,
to be
"Can I
missing."
just sleep with you?" Like it feels. The idea of having my own tent sounds good, but in practice, I just want to like sleep here.
Oh,
like,
that's so
Atreus is like,
sweet.
Sure, you get no blanket and no pillow.
Ha! Like a true Spartan.
And then like, hey, can you tell me a story? And so
Leave the
Kratos,
tent open.
yeah,
Dramatic
well,
lighting.
dramatic mood lighting. And so Kratos begins to tell a story of an old man who is his job is to gather wood each day for the village. And when he was young, this is no big deal. But as he gets older and older, the burden becomes heavier and heavier to bear. Until one day that load is so heavy that he cannot get it up onto his back. And in his despair, he cries out to death to come to him. And then Atreus falls asleep.
Aw. I mean, who wouldn't after such a soothing and happy story?
Exactly. We will finish. Hopefully, the dialogue comes back so that they can finish the story. You know, after everyone makes it through Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Atreus makes him promise to finish the story tomorrow if he falls asleep during it. The you know, not so subtle stand-ins are very real. Aw. But hey, the advantage of there being no audio during this section is it really makes you focus on just like how good the animation is.
Yeah.
There's
fact
so
that you
much
know
that's conveyed just through that.
Like, you know exactly what Kratos is thinking without knowing a single word of what's being said.
Oh, what was the good animation thing I recently watched? Oh, it was probably just Puss in Boots: The Last Wish again.
Yeah,
I
that's
rewatched
fair.
it for a thing we're doing. It's really good, you guys.
I've heard that one that has super good animation. Yes, Wolfie, we are on PS4. Did you figure out what the bug is? Did our tech wizard figure it out? Hopefully it just reloads next fight, because it had dialogue.
I saw someone say that the other audio was fine, it just wasn't playing the dialogue.
Yeah, no, the music's playing. I can see it on OBS
funny.
that the music is playing.
God, really?
Yeah.
Oh, what a mess. We made it almost all the way through the game.
We were doing so good. What's gonna happen, right? If we still don't have audio in this next scene, we're gonna make another save. I'm gonna restart the PS4 completely. We're gonna try again.
Spicy.
With a bit of luck, though, the power of
friendship. It's gonna be
I was
friendship,
thinking
right?
Loife. I was thinking the power of Loife, but friendship works too.
Great.
Hopefully Loife summons the dialogue. That'd be pretty cool of them. Maybe? Unfortunately, it's hard to tell when the dialogue cuts out for Kratos, because Kratos' grunt is not exactly the most... God damn it. Nope, it still isn't working. Come on, exit the cutscene so I can make a save. Exit the cutscene so I can make a save. I can restart the checkpoint. I don't think that'll help.
Of love.
We're gonna make a save here. And we're gonna restart the PS4. So we'll click back to the other one while it's restarting, because, you know, that's how that works. Power options. Restart PS4. We're just gonna fully restart it, and if that doesn't fix it, we're just gonna accept that the world has gone badly.
Alright, everyone hang loose for a second.
It wouldn't be a stream without some tech difficulties, but we'll get there. In the meantime, though, you know, I think this might be a great time for, since we're forced into tech difficulties, for a redux of our important announcements as everyone's day is going. So firstly, you'll notice a brand new logo. If you're a returning stream, look at how shiny this logo is. Huge shoutouts to AC Esquire. They're going to be the visual identity for the channel, so if you're a regular viewer, like, this is what we're going to be seeing a lot of.
So beautiful.
And it's so good. I'm so happy about it. If you look at your emotes, there is a rabbit taking notes. It is the direct model. We have simply updated it for the 21st century. So it's now a streamer rabbit. It's so good. AC Esquire, longtime community member, made that, so it is awesome. But there is also another bonus announcement. Because if you've been enjoying this, of course, you want to hit that follow and subscribe button to see more collaboration with more people, more chill vibes, and more historical games. So you definitely want to hit those. But specific to the collaboration between Lido History and Overly Sarcastic Productions, we have another very, very special announcement.
We do. Do you want to do it? Do you want to handle it?
No, all yours. This was your idea. This is all yours.
This was yeah. So Ludo History and OSP Blue, that's me, are going to be giving a presentation at PAX East in Boston this year. On March 23rd, Thursday at 2:30 p.m. We are not a Saturday headliner. We are on Thursday, but we're at the con. We're going to be giving in person a presentation that is titled Historians Playing Historical Games, Why Do We Hurt Ourselves?
Exactly. So, you know, bit of a meta discussion, but is the answer masochism? The answer might be masochism.
The answer is masochism.
Come join us March 23rd to find out if the answer is masochism.
Yeah. I'll see about what options we might have for recording the audio and releasing it in some capacity afterwards, but Our priority will be giving the best in-person presentation we can. So if
Yes.
any of you are in the area and we're on the fence about PAX, come on Thursday.
Exactly.
If you have work, I cannot.
No, you don't.
Encourage you to
Don't
quit your
just
job.
don't have work.
Come
Obviously.
on down to Big Bill Hills.
Yeah. So that is something we've been working on a little bit in the background, and it should be super fun. Ever since seeing Brian David Gilbert's perfect pokey rap at PAX East, I'm like, possibilities.
That could be me.
Yeah, exactly. I am so excited. So once again, chat, that is Thursday, March 23rd at, I believe, isn't it 2 o'clock p.m.?
2:30.
2:30. At 2:30 p.m. In the main convention center in Boston
shame.
for
I have a dentist
PAX
appointment.
East.
Womp
You're
Boo.
not gonna be in town.
What are you talking about?
Just reschedule all the appointments. It doesn't matter where in the country you are. Reschedule them to make it to Boston. All right, and the game is now reloading, so with a bit of luck, that fixes our bugs. Because if we had no dialogue for the rest of the game, that would be a problem. That would be a huge problem. Well, Thor tries the charm with this cutscene. Thor.
Excuse me.
Yeah! We live!
Yay!
May I have
Yeah!
a moment, Mimir?
Sound.
Yeah, that's also going to be my very first live event. Right, I've
don't know what
attended cons
tomorrow
before, but
brings.
I've never presented at a con before, so I
Tonight
am
is our
super
last
excited,
night.
and with a bit of luck, this is going to be the first
I'd like
of
to
very
spend
many.
it feeling something besides hate. Will you tell me one last silly story?
Aww.
Nothing I like more.
Nah.
Except perhaps a dance. Do I
The
mean
power
us
of
to
turning
stay?
it off and back on again never fails us. Works every time.
I'll admit this scene was awfully
respect love.
awkward when it was just everybody staring at each other and then slowly handing over the head.
Yup.
I can never argue with you.
Alright. Now you can actually hear the story told by a competent voice actor, and not me.
Oh my god, this guy's such a good actor.
Christopher Judge is so good.
He's so good.
I mean, I've loved him since, Stargate days.
I didn't realize that was him, but I did recently watch the first episode of Stargate, and I was like, man, for some reason, I'm really liking the vibes I'm getting off this guy.
Because Teal'c is objectively the best character.
Teal'c is the best character. I love a good defector from the team bad guy, whose whole vibe is just being aggressively lawful. Like, I've decided these guys actually suck. I'll be held accountable by whatever laws you think proper. And it's like, what? What? Okay.
Can I sleep here tonight?
Yup.
Also, we stand a guy who can rock guyliner. Always solid. Lots of those in Stargate, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. But look, chat, it should be very obvious. A non-zero amount to my personality is just Daniel Jackson.
I didn't want to say anything.
I did. I'm almost proud of this.
There's really only one blonde archaeologist type with glasses, just in different fonts.
Exactly. Whether you want to say that my personality is just Craig from Milo Thatch from Atlantis or Daniel Jackson, I don't care. It's a true sentence.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not quite as extra as what's his name from The Librarian.
Or from the sequel series, The Librarians, starring the same guy, but
Starring
directed
the
by the
same
guy
guy.
who directed Leverage. Soon to be
Exactly.
followed up by the same guy showing up in Leverage Redemption, playing almost the
Hell,
same character, but as a lawyer.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I
He's
love
one of those
that-
actors who seems to basically just play variants of himself, but in a way that kind of works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It super works. I love that also There's a couple other actors that are both in Leverage and Librarians, right?
Yeah, actually several.
Yeah.
I think even the secondary characters show up as cameos. I think Parker is Lady of the Lake or something.
Yeah.
And the guy who plays Elliot is one of the other main guys, doing the exact same voice but with his
Flynn, thank
hairstyle differently. So
Incredible. Thank you for someone remembering the Librarian series better than I do. It's Flynn.
Flynn, yeah. And also the lady who plays the main character played Mystique in the original X-Men movies. So she's an ass kicker, and I love her.
Yeah.
And he called for death to come to him. And when death arrived,
God. I could listen to Christopher Judge tell me fables in like a stupidly deep bass voice all day.
I watched the video where he was telling dad jokes the other day.
It's so good.
Yeah. Also,
That is
the
one of my
jawline
comfort
on that
movies.
man is indescribable.
Yeah.
True.
He's one of those guys that almost doesn't look real.
Exactly. Also, he laughs with his whole face and it's delightful.
Yeah, no, he's just such a cool guy.
He's everything I've heard says he's a complete sweetheart, and I'm glad he's getting like finally getting the
Well-deserved
recognition he has deserved for, you know, fully 20 years now.
Mm-hmm. And considering who he took over for, I mean, I don't know who voiced Kratos in the original games, but I do remember actively cracking up at the first line of dialogue I heard from him when we played, what, God of War 3, I think? Yeah. Zeus!
Son has returned!
I bring the destruction of Olympus!
Well, one of the
It's like-
reasons they actually said they recast Kratos was not because they were like, you know, embarrassed at the voice. I mean, for the character that they wrote, honestly, you can't be more spot on than that.
Terrence Carson has a great voice for Grease Kratos.
She was
Mm.
a special woman.
It's just this
She
is
wanted to
like
protect people.
this is only barely the same character.
Well, part of the logic of specifically getting a new actor was, I think Corey Barlog said, we needed someone with the right physicality for Kratos since we were doing everything in mocap now, because previously everything was just in VO and in the booth, but because they were doing performance capture for this entire game, they needed someone with the like actor's physicality of Kratos, where Christopher Judge can absolutely fill that role and be that character.
As a screen actor who's been playing the big guy on the team for that long, like,
Exactly.
yeah,
He is the beef. And it's great. And I mean, it shows, right?
We
this
have
man
the
walks
meats.
around. This guy just like walks around, and you feel it, even though he's hardly the biggest person in this game. He's definitely the one with the most presence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I mean, we'll see that I think really clearly in the inevitable upcoming fight with Thor. I don't think that's a spoiler. There's a fight with Thor before we're done.
Shocker.
Who could have predicted? What? The fight that they teased at the beginning and promised a redo of? But Thor is like
I have nothing to
full
say.
head and shoulders taller than Kratos,
Say
and about
something.
twice as wide.
I enjoy hearing your voice.
The funeral pyre.
And I think
I would
Kratos
have chosen different.
like steals the show a lot, like physically controls the space a lot more despite that.
I feel like the one downside of this game is that almost every NPC is bigger than Kratos, which makes it easy to forget that Kratos is a friggin' mountain of a man, because we're usually at shoulder height on him.
Close to me.
How touching.
Yeah.
My rotting corpse would bring you such comfort.
Yeah, that is interesting, right? Because, like, even Faye here is not substantively shorter. It's like, if Kratos is 6 foot, he's obviously not, but if Kratos is 6 foot, Faye's like 5'8", 5'9". It's like,
You once tried to take charge of your ending, did you know?
I mean, she is a giant. It makes sense.
That's normal.
Yes.
In actuality, it's like 8 foot and like 7.5 feet. But yeah, right. It doesn't really communicate the fact that Kratos is objectively ginormous.
You prepare for a distant
That
future.
is dressed like the artsy kids you knew in high school.
There is
Yeah,
much time
yeah.
ahead of us.
You know, you're correct.
I wish to better a future that will exist without me. Whenever that day comes. For you.
Aw.
And for our son. We will always walk together, Kratos. You will always be a part of me. I will always be a part of you.
And when you are gone, that part of me dies as well. You feel your absence.
Culmination of love is grief. And yet we love.
Has the games ever answered how Faye died?
Nope.
Mysterious.
Very.
When the pyre is spent, and you have gathered my
Ah,
ashes,
we open our hearts to it. I wonder if that'll
Spread
come
them
back
from the
later.
highest
What? No. Good. That would be good writing.
you will do this for me.
Well, I've got to wonder with this, right? Freaking everyone in Norse media does this like weird wrist grab thing.
The man shake. It's like
Exactly.
a handshake, but for men.
And I cannot for the life of me figure out if it's just because handshakes are hard to animate, or if they actually think that's supposed to be a reference to something.
Maybe handshakes are unhygienic.
This shows up a lot in like Roman media too. I've
Yeah,
seen
it's
not
like
that I've
all-
seen a ton of Roman media, but like I've seen it there. It's like it's the halfway house between a handshake and a hug. That's really what it is.
Oh my god, she is as tall as him.
Yeah.
Good lord.
Yeah.
No wonder she was fighting Thor on equal footing. This Valkyrie of a woman.
Exactly. But yeah, right, it's specifically historical media, right? Anything with a modern plotline doesn't have this, like, weird half grab. Apart from maybe bros being bros. Right?
I'm sorry, the way they do the scene transitions from dream to reality and back is normally really good. But watching the wall of the tent slide into frame like a stage
that
thing.
was bad.
Like some guy in all black is like shoving it into place and then sliding off stage.
Yep.
What's going on?
But yeah, right. I don't know, is that just like historical media is the time when men were men, women were men, and children were men? And so you have the handshake of bros?
I think that was the 90s when everyone was getting the be a
meet you
beefy
outside,
anti-hero
Father.
treatment.
Yep. Like, it's not a... I can't think of a single time where that's, like, a reference. Like, in some neo-pagan traditions, I think it's become a reference. But not in a, like, ancient or super deep historical one. It's weird.
It's an interesting rabbit hole to pursue. I'd be curious about it.
I'd be curious too. I'll need to look into it a lot more, but I would be very curious to see where that trend comes from.
Oh my god, my brain just jumped like 4 tracks to a very niche complaint I had.
Oh boy.
So, judging by this audience, I'm sure everybody here has seen the How to Train Your Dragon movies. So
obviously, yes, they rule.
yeah, they rule. There's a
ready?
quickie gag in the first movie where Stoic gives Hiccup the helmet, and he's like, "Oh, I made this from your mom's breastplate," and he's like, "Eh," and because it's like a huge helmet. And then we meet his mom in the second movie, and she's this tiny willowy thing, and I was like, okay, cowards. I feel like you could have made her the 6'6" Valkyrie she was clearly supposed to be.
True.
I don't know. I feel like there's a standard model for moms that they just kind of stamp these people out of.
They absolutely do. I mean, see also every anime ever where you know exactly who the mom is.
It's the dead mom's side
Instantaneously.
ponytail.
Hey, General
Exactly.
Kratos,
They have a
I got
template,
something you're
and
gonna
by
want
God, they're
before
going to
you
stick
go
to
to
it.
war.
Let's see. Are those better? Yeah.
As
Those
long as you can
are
transmog,
not
you're
better.
fine.
These are not better.
Fate
20%
breaker.
faster. Take less
What
damage
was I
or have
thinking?
20%
Of course you got
faster
your armor
range
all
build.
set.
I
You
don't
should
use
wear
range
the
enough
Fate
for it to matter.
Breaker. It's the end game. You should wear the end game armor.
I should make the end game
Oh, do you
armor
think it
fine.
wise to
Can
go
you,
off
if you can
without
transmog, you can
stocking
just
up?
put that as your
You may
outfit.
never get a chance
like,
again.
look-wise,
I'm so
but
sorry
keep your
that was
stats.
dark.
We'll just
Ah.
get it. We can just upgrade them. It's
There's
not a
that
big
armor
deal.
nice
Like
and
video
bright.
games should. Come on.
It still is good. Right, this armor is still
Woo-hoo!
incredibly good. It's just
Actually, the way they do it in this game, I quite like, because you can only do armor transmog once you have a set all
Now
the way
go
to level
show it
9,
off.
and you only get that like pretty much right before right now. So you can transmog at the very
here's the
end
fun part.
once it's like, okay, you've had to like wear your armor for stats or like suffer for fashion like a good little boy and girl. But at the end, then it's like,
yeah,
okay,
babe,
you can have
sorry,
the armor you
thank me
want and have it
after,
look however you want. I feel like that's a good
If we all
compromise.
come through the other end.
I will.
Yeah.
It fits.
But we can also just, you know,
Woo-hoo!
deal
Let me
minusculely
go!
less damage and be able to just do Spartan Rage a
Good
lot
luck
more.
out there,
I
General.
think that works. I think I can live with that.
believe in you.
I wish to be big angry.
Exactly.
I'm going to put on my special mad pants.
And just for the references, we're keeping
General.
the original the survival wraps from the beginning of the game
General,
as our main chest
Sir.
armor.
God.
We stuck with it all the way. It paid off hugely.
At this point, Kratos has a really awkward tan line.
Exactly.
Single
It would
titty
be-
exposed.
People, alright, so, quick internet search from Oldfield and Berserker. I looked up the forum handshake and people say it was invented in 1930s adaptations of the Shakespeare's history plays. Specifically, you know, Julius Caesar and Titus Andronicus. Which, you know, that feels like it makes
came
some
to
sense
these lands
in the
to escape my past,
sense, right,
to start a new life.
that reads super nicely on stage and makes
Yeah.
I
sense
can
with
hide
oh
no longer.
Octavia and Mark Antony having a moment of bros being bros.
There is an awful lot of manly handshaking and like bro
I do
moments
not
in
want
Julius
this
Caesar.
war.
And Julius Caesar, yeah. Like that, so that sounds to me like a very
We have
plausible
suffered
one.
enough.
With hands
But I
covered
was
in
still gonna
blood.
dig in more. Because
Oh yeah, there is that bit where
Prophecy
Mark
did
Antony
not
just
lead
shakes
us
hands
back.
with every single conspirator
Nor will
that
it
just
win this
stabs Caesar.
battle.
It's like, and you, my homie, yeah, we're all
Yeah.
totes
Wars
bros.
are won by those
Totes
that are
bros, we
willing to
swear.
sacrifice everything.
Anyway,
That is the cost of
speeches.
vengeance.
We're so good at this.
So
Kratos.
be it.
You're so good at these speechifyings.
Yeah. Honestly, thematically, I absolutely
has taken
adore that
so
this
much
game
from
lets
us
Kratos be a
already.
general again for the first time since
The realms
his life
have
went to shit.
suffered.
Yeah.
Enough.
There's at
No
the very
matter the
beginning
cost.
of the game, the
This ends.
first stream that we
Today.
had, there's a scene where Atreus says, "Stop thinking
Going out in a blaze of
like
glory means
a father and
Odin
start thinking
burns
like a
too?"
general." And the
Yeah.
cinematography very
Might as well be.
clearly frames his like Greek
big,
like terrorist
fat
battle skirt.
smile on my
It's
face.
like, ooh.
Whoa.
Ooh.
For Brock.
I think I will have to hop off after this as we're coming up to the end of the hour.
All
Got
right.
some
yes.
preparations for a game night.
I should be
That's
able to stick around
really
for
fast.
some more time, but if we start
Yeah.
creeping up on dinner time, I'm gonna have to leave.
Nah,
Sorry.
we've got there's like an hour left tops. Don't worry, we are in the final set piece.
We're in the end game now.
Shocking. With just insane yellow horn. I mean, it is super cool. But yeah, chat, let me know if this is. I'm turning down the volume in preparation on the game. Just, I'm turning it down in advance because They aren't kidding when they talk about there being an army.
Yeah, but McCreary knocks it out of the park.
Yeah, God, it's so good.
Yourselves.
Here we go. I get to be a general. Let's dramatically run into the middle of the fight already going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Turns out Freyr was just able to make this happen.
We really didn't want to render an entire army on screen at once, so...
So they're just flying.
Yeah. So Freyr did all that on his own.
Trying to shut out Ragnarok. We gotta stop those war machines.
I mean, he says the elves really like him.
The elves really like him.
I saw someone point out that design-wise, almost all the elves have somewhere on their design a version of the crest, the sort of boar's tusk thing that Freyr wears. Like if you look at them, a lot of them have the, like in a little trifecta arrangement. Just an entire civilization of simps.
Yup. And hey, it's Ingrid. You know, that sword that's been very suspicious the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Is, shocking no one, Freyr's sword.
Yeah, well.
Who could
as soon
have
as we
predicted
found
this?
it, I was like, oh, that sword is for sure like a spy. But then it turned out Tyr was the spy. Did he just kiss the sword? I'm sorry, I
Yes.
wasn't paying attention. Bro, that
Yes,
goes
he did.
in people. That's not
Don't worry about
hygienic.
it. Don't worry about it.
And I love how
Anyway.
he does the MCU Thor take off by just, you know, holding on to
Yup.
the flying weapon thing.
This way.
Yup, here we go. Hey, get the heck out of here. I'm actually gonna do this to
The Elven
grab...
Civil War is phantom drama makes a lot of sense. Oh no!
So the light
That's
elves,
hilarious.
the light elves are like, he's my perfect soft boy baby who's never done anything wrong, and the dark elves are like, no, he's my dark prince, tormented angst boy, and then they start murdering each other.
Well. Alright, down here. And... Oh, there's a dragon there. Hello, dragon.
You thought you could escape.
I don't know where the dragon came from, but it exists, so...
The side
whatever.
quests never cease.
Exactly. Wow. You know, putting Bifrost on these is... on the spear is just so good.
Yeah, I should do that when I play. I've never actually done the, like, element absorption thing before.
Yeah, I only figured out, like, really figured out how to use it pretty recently. Like, while doing the side questing, I was like, whoa, this is grossly overpowered.
Always fun.
As
to
it
find
turns
one of
out.
those.
Sounds desperate.
As it turns out, it is actually just wildly good. Especially for, like, the combat trials, because it just mauls everything. But yeah, welcome to the end of the world.
It's
This
so
is, you
cinematic.
know, our only vaguely, like, well-defined, like, event across the Norse mythological corpus, because, like, everyone mentions it.
I would think so.
Don't get a ton of details, but they at least acknowledge it exists, and they all vaguely agree that it's, like, gonna be a very bad time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's helpful. Ow.
People who believe light should be harnessed for architecture, DNI.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Guys, look, I know we all love Freyr, but I think we have to acknowledge that his sister Freya was married to Odin, which is super problematic.
True. Incredible.
Yeah.
God. You know, I accept this forever now. But this is just the headcanon.
And even worse, Freyr started associating with a Greek person.
Oh my god, really? I went through Kratos' likes, and like, if you get back past like 2005, there's some really fucked up stuff in there.
You are entirely too good at emulating the tone of that.
I got roped into having a Tumblr account back in like 2015.
Nah.
Yeah. Got kind of strong-armed into it and treated it as a bit of a sociological and anthropological exercise. But as we all know, doing something ironically is a gateway to doing it unironically. So,
Exactly.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
Hi there, Snack. Everyone
Oh,
wave at the good Snack.
The background
big.
Jormungandr and Thor fight. That's so good.
It's so good.
The most dangerous.
So yeah, sadly, you know, both of them survived this.
Weak sauce.
I know, right? Because one of the things that's really weird, right, when we think about like fate in the context of this game, is, you know, its status as an adaptation, right? Because like there is a medieval source.
Yeah.
That is pretty detailed, that they're clearly adapting from, and its name is Völuspá. The Groa's prophecy is Völuspá.
Yep.
It is like, it like canonically exists in the world of the game. And that means some like weird stuff just happens. Because they have to in some way adhere to it. And with the Prose Edda, right, both Völuspá and the Prose Edda elaborating in it are very clear. Thor kills Jormungandr and takes 9 steps and falls over dead.
Yep.
And Fenrir breaks loose, and
Snake looks different.
He is different.
you know,
But when I was away,
mauls
never mind later.
The Einherjar's
mauls Odin and then gets ripped in half by Vidar, who does not appear in this game.
Still no sign.
They do a nice job of integrating between gameplay and like important cutscenes.
Yeah.
I remember
Yeah, they
being
do.
impressed with that all the way back with the first Baldur fight, where it's like he'd knock you into a part of the map that turned it into a cutscene, and I always thought that
Yeah.
was very clever.
They're super talented with that.
I very unfortunately must be off now, but
Roger,
I'm
Roger.
very thankful for the time to go through this part of the game because I
Very cool.
I super enjoy this ending sequence.
This ending is so good.
It's very glorious, in like
Right.
the most literal sense.
I mean, we've been wanting that big fight for the entire time. Here
Oh,
we
yeah.
go. All right,
Yeah.
chat. Everyone wave goodbye to Blue.
All right,
Bye.
friends.
Goodbye.
See you later. If you want more thoughts on this, come over by OSP on Friday.
Stay tuned.
We've got a detail or two we'll diatribe on. All right.
Oh,
Bye.
so clever. All right, bye.
Bye. Dargan.
He's gone as quickly
Hold
as
up.
he arrived.
Ow. Dargan, stop it. Oh, Fenrir took care of the dragon for us. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, what a good pupper.
What a good pupper.
Oh, he's having so fun. What the? So he can just make a.
Yeah, he is Garm. Garm can open portals through other dimensions.
Ah.
Just because he's now Fenrir doesn't mean he lost that power.
Oh yeah. Well, how silly of me to think that having your soul replaced might have some effect on what you're capable of.
I don't know. Don't worry about it too much.
The dwarves are here. Way to go.
The dwarves are here. Well,
Yeah.
the dwarf.
Oh, the cranky one.
The one is here.
The one that doesn't like us anymore.
Oh.
No more dwarves are dying
No
from
more.
it.
Oh.
Save it! Odin forced them to build those war machines. And I'm here to tear them
Luckily,
down.
he's extremely confident, so we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine.
Leave it to the dwarves to clean up after the giants.
Honestly, I kind of like Sindri just going full one-man army mode on this.
Oh, it's so
He's been
good.
so nice all through the last few games, and he was such a pushover when Atreus was in his brief being a dick phase in the previous game. So seeing what he's legitimately capable of when he stops fucking around or caring what other people think is like kind of cathartic in a very sad way.
Yeah. Oh, there's Ragnarok again.
He showed up.
Ooh, he's wonky looking.
He's a bit fucked up.
Now what?
And Sindri literally took off the kid gloves.
You don't get to use us anymore.
Boom. Just
More or less what you wanted.
kaboom.
I didn't want this. Oh. Close your heart to it. Close your heart.
Who are they?
Oh.
My guardians. Odin took them in. They shouldn't be here. They're not soldiers.
Odin put them in our path to die.
It's war. Wars are won by those who are willing to sacrifice everything.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Son, listen closely. You feel their pain because that is who you are. And you must never sacrifice that. Never.
Hell yeah.
Not for anyone.
Hell yeah, good dad moment.
I was wrong, Atreus. I was wrong. Open your heart.
Yaw.
Aww.
Open your heart to their suffering. That is your mother's wish.
Open your heart and it'll be alright. We've learned valuable lessons from the wisdom of Crush 40.
Exactly. Increasingly common Kratos dad W. True.
A lesson once learned by my persona, Shadow the Hedgehog.
See the size of that thing?
I mean, if they don't
Nope.
kill us first.
Oh.
Why have you stopped? Ragnarok is here. We finally have.
Shadow, I
Odin.
hope you
Why
can't
were
hear
we-
that.
Well, I can't hear whatever's happening.
There's a rodent in my ceiling.
Oh no!
It's the same rodent. It's my new neighbor. It
Bro,
has been
I'm
for
begging
like,
you. There
for
are
like a
places
month.
you could live for less money that would treat you better.
I know. I have to, just fill out a bunch of paperwork for that first.
Nah,
So
yeah.
it just decided it was a great time to, I don't know, run around like a crazy person.
Ratatosk is mad that you didn't do his side quests.
True.
Only one way to find out.
All right. Well, that aside, we are now being better and are gonna try and get the Midgardians to safety.
Prey and I will do what we can to.
Which is great because, canonically someone survives this. Apart from the gods, of which there's Vivar Valley, Magnia Modi, who we already killed, and Baldur and Hildur if you count necromancy as surviving. There are 2 humans who survive Ragnarok. Leif and Leif Thrasir.
Oh yeah.
Helpfully named Life and Life's husband.
No! No!
That...
Protect him! I will help those that are trapped.
So, we don't know a whole lot about them, but they are in, our oldest source, the Frutasmal.
Yeah.
So, in terms of being genuinely ancient, they're about as ancient as you can get. But, yeah, Life and Mr. Life do survive in a place called Hodmi Misfolk, which is apparently a hollow inside of Yggdrasil, but it's not super clear. That name only appears once, and never again.
There's something kind of funny about how, in a lot of mythologies it'll be like, oh, this is the important character and his, consort or wife or whatever. And maybe she has a name, maybe she doesn't. And I almost imagine, with Leaf and Leaf Thrasir, it's like, yes, I have a reservation for a Mr. Leaf, and she has to be like, that would be me, and
Yup.
this is my husband, Leaf Thrasir.
True.
Yeah.
But Uh, they just kind of like hang out inside of somewhere. We assume Yggdrasil because there's not a lot of other places that survive.
Yeah.
Like, not a lot of places make it out of Ragnarok because it's a volcanic eruption. Willisbow is very clear that it's a volcanic eruption.
It at least involves a volcanic eruption.
It pretty much follows the correct landmark, the right order sequence. Matthias Nordvig is the one who demonstrated this. It pretty much is just the right order of operations for a volcanic eruption all the way through.
Well, that's always fun.
Yeah.
Can't let it control me.
So, yeah. It's... Hey, look. Become a bear.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, now we get to play as Bear.
Yeah.
Yeet. Yeet.
Your silly things like shields. Imagine being bothered by that.
Take this knife, go hunt the bear. Just one.
Uh-huh. We don't take any damage when we're a bear. We don't deplete our rage meter. We're just a bear the entire time, and it's freaking great.
Just be a bear the whole time.
Yeah.
Are you proud of me, Dad? I learned it from watching you!
True.
Bear Atreus is just absolutely wrecking shop.
Absolutely dumpstering.
Oh, that was easy.
That was super easy. I'm sure nothing bad will happen now. Aww.
You really had me believing you
Oh,
didn't have to
boy.
be enemies.
Dude, you're okay.
My mom was right about you all along. You're a killer
Oops.
just like your father, and you're here
Oh
to kill us all.
boy.
No, just Odin.
Ow. Yeah,
Sindri, go.
that's deserved.
She's a friend.
Friends don't bring the end of the world to each other's doorstep, Loki.
You know, Thruth makes a good point
You're
there.
right. You're right.
But I gotta say, I actually really appreciate that even though Sindri is constantly reiterating that he's super fucking pissed and he hates them now and he'll never forgive them, as soon as Atreus said, "Don't, she's a friend," he stopped. Like, he listened to him.
Why wouldn't he be? What are you talking about?
I feel like Sindri is grieving and he's obviously miserable and he is taking it out on the people that he can blame.
They can't fight.
But on a fundamental level, he does still have similar priorities. You know, he does still care about the same people and things.
Yeah.
Because
But he's very alone in his grief right now, so he's pushing everybody away.
it's who Odin
Yep.
is. It's who he's always been.
Hey, look, another good parent showing up.
He'll sacrifice
Ah.
anyone at a point in front of him. The Midgardians, your friend, our family, any of us. I'd hope that
Man,
your
Sif
father
took a hard 180 on us not dying. Yep. True. Thank God for that, TBH.
I never doubted that you would make the
Aw.
finest Valkyrie these realms have ever seen. But not for him. Do you understand?
Aww.
Yeah.
But our family.
Without Odin.
In the subject of how they do some really uncomfortably real stuff with Thor and his family. Again, tune in on Friday for a more in-depth discussion of this specific angle, but the experience of a kid's grandparent being like a malignant, like narcissistic bad parent, and the kid's parents like shielding them from the worst of it. So the kid doesn't really know how bad the parenting experience their parents had was.
Yeah.
It is a thing that happens in families that break the cycle.
Yup. Yup.
Dad will never let them get their grandfather.
Oh boy.
Go with him. He'll listen to you. Are you ready for
There's a lot of that things that are quite real around, and I mean, it's a good thing, right? I think that they're willing to explore these. Because right, the rest of this occurs in such a very high mythological milieu that I like how they do that with mythology. I mean, there's a lot of theories about, oh, how myths emerge, what they're supposed to mean, all that jazz. But I like its very core practice, I think, right, the idea that mythology's primary purpose is to, like, help us explore kind of the darkest points of the human experience is, I think, a really compelling one, and one that makes a lot more sense than going on, like, a super deep psychosocial angle of, oh yeah, like, dream logic and all that. All that's useful, but I think at a very core level, right, the idea that the primary utility in the 21st century of mythology is letting us explore the darker part of ourselves at a safe distance.
Yeah.
Just, it really lands for me.
Yeah, yeah. I think that part of what makes these moments so powerful is because of the contrast. Like, I've seen a recent uptick in a specific criticism leveled at some stories, which is, like, everybody talks like they're trying to get a good grade in therapy, where, like, instead of, you know, having confusion or conflicted feelings about their own internal logic, a character will be like, oh, you know, I'm sorry I acted like that. I guess I'm just upset because of this thing. And it's like, you know, sometimes that happens, but a lot of the time, you know, the mysterious inner workings of why you're sad or angry is not a question with an easy answer, because you don't logically make the decision of, like, a bad thing happened and now I am going to be mean. Yeah. So when every character talks like that, it's like, I don't know, you know, maybe let some of these people repress some shit or, you know, cope in unhealthy ways. But at the same time, having a few characters being like, or like a few moments of honesty being like, I'm sorry, I just remembered this thing, is solid, especially in a series where you are, for instance, dealing with somebody deeply emotionally constipated like Kratos and constantly rooting for him to figure some shit out or allow himself to feel. But at the same time, there's the additional layer of contrast that you have these characters that are these grand mythological figures, or at least you have the stories about them. And then underlying that is a lot of humanity, a lot of jarring levels of personhood. Like, when Odin shows up with used car salesman vibes, it's like, oh, okay, this is not going to be a grand story of great heroes. This is going to be a bunch of people fucking with each other with superpowers. Yeah.
I mean, what's great is that this game, I think, almost successfully manages to be both things all the way through. Right? Because it's not a story of grand heroes.
Yeah.
Right? It's just that Odin is a very classic villain in a very, well, banal way. Like, he is a great villain for
he's hateable. He's low down, you know?
Yeah. But, like, he still is powered up like a supervillain. He still really, fundamentally, right, makes a very plausible supervillain, especially, we'll see, when he starts going, we'll see what it means. But he's also grounding that in something much, much closer to the human sphere. And so it's like, it almost manages to be both, like, this high mythological story of gods that look, feel, and act like gods, therefore don't need to play like human rules, while still exploring fundamentally how, like, these characters are reflections of our own issues. And is that what Thor is in the 13th century? No. Is that what Thor is in the 9th century? Definitely no.
Yeah.
Is that what something really good for Thor to be in the 21st century? Especially in a, like, post-Marvel understanding of godhood and heroism? Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I was sort of thinking about the benefits of characters that feel like they belong in different genres existing in the same story. Because part of what makes these games work is that Kratos feels out of place in every conceivable level. Like, he doesn't talk the same as anybody else. He feels distant and separate from his surroundings, even, you know, even when he's getting to know people better, when he's sort of opening up to them, there's still a level on which it's like, there are eccentricities of Kratos that the people around him, like, grow to appreciate, or, you know, just kind of deal with, but he's got big neurodivergent swag is what I'm saying. But the point is, like, there are characters in this story that feel like they belong to different stories. Like Freyr, for instance. Who feels like he belongs in a completely different genre, but he doesn't feel super jarring, because it makes sense that there'd be some variance in personalities, and Freyr seems to have been mostly sheltered from the bad shit to a certain extent, never lost a sense of humor. And I was thinking about this specifically in the context of Lord of the Rings, actually.
Hey!
Because one thing that I think is very interesting about Lord of the Rings is that the hobbits live in a completely different genre than everybody else. For everyone else, this is where Tolkien is pouring all of his understanding of Old Norse epics and sagas, and all of his little, wouldn't it be cool ifs? Those all go into the world building of Lord of the Rings, all the grand epic tales of rings being people's downfall, and high seats where you can see the entirety of Middle-earth, and you know, the old magic slowly dying in the world, and these horrible things buried in the deep dark. And then there are the hobbits that are living in a small, like, you know, or a small English village from, like, the 1900s. With mayors and shit. And I love that, because when they're dealing with, you know, when you're dealing with Gandalf and the dwarves, and then later in Lord of the Rings when you're dealing with Gandalf and Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli and all of these, like, and Boromir especially, all these beings that are, like, princely. Boromir's got tragic hero written all over him. Aragorn's got one true king written all over him. Gimli is a prince. Legolas is basically the elf equivalent of a hick, but even by that standard, you know, he's still this incredibly poetical, luminous being. And then there are the hobbits that are just like, let's have a great time, let's eat good food, let's crack jokes about what's going on, let's do little small town politics. And it's just, the fact is, it almost seems like, narratively speaking, the reason why the hobbits can save the day is because they don't fit in the genre that the Ring controls.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that is a great point.
Thanks.
And I mean, it's one that, right, Tolkien, I think, is very keenly aware of, because, right, he's working in a milieu that is so carefully and, like, prominently supposed to be like medieval literature in all of its genres, like, and the different characters are from different genres of medieval lit, except the hobbits, like, aren't medieval lit at all. But, like, Aragorn, well, Boromir is from the Song of Roland.
Yeah.
Like, that's who he is. He is Roland.
Yeah.
Aragorn is a, like, saga hero, basically, in, like, the sense of maybe, like, I don't know. Honestly, like, an Arthurian knight almost works better. Right, the folk hero who's based, very specifically based on, right, having that secret or hidden heritage, going out into the wild to find their reality, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And so, that was, Gimli is, again, right, the inversion, right, is looking at the Dvergar, or the dwarves in the Norse sagas and how kind of rubbish they are, and is like the inversion of them, right, problematic statement, but is like the good dwarf, right? The what dwarves could be.
I'm not sure about that. I feel like Gimli is indicative of Tolkien's world building getting richer after he wrote The Hobbit. Because there's almost all the dwarves in The Hobbit are, of course, basically jokes. They're interchangeable. You know, Fili and Kili are like, oh, they're young. But Thorin is in this interesting position of thinking he is the hero of the story. And being immensely frustrated that the story is not cooperating. Which is why the movies critically failed in that part of the adaptation by making Thorin tiny Aragorn, with the story actually bending around him to make him the hero. In the beginning, when all the dwarves pile in through the door and fall in a big heap, Thorin's at the bottom of the pile. In the movie, the fact that he's standing behind it, too cool for school, separate, makes it, it completely undercuts the specific power of that moment. Thorin is a character who is genre savvy, but for the wrong genre. But Gimli, I mean, this is kind of like a running gag that people are like, you know, everyone's like, oh, Legolas and Gimli are like, Gimli's the comic relief and Legolas is the ethereal being. But if you look at it, like, Legolas is the elf equivalent of a hick, and Gimli is the prize of the dwarves, like the most noble, the most princely, true king from a great line of kings type. Which means Legolas is the comic relief in that dynamic. Which is very fun. The thing I like about Gimli, and again, I was getting through the audiobook and then it got returned right when I got into Gimli showing up. But Gimli is this very interesting figure because he's pretty much the only character who is exactly where he should be at the start of the story. Like, him and Legolas. Because Legolas is like, yeah, I'm an elf of Mirkwood, I dick around all day, I have a great time, and I'm here to save the world because that's the right thing to do. Boromir is the son of the steward of Gondor, who should not be in charge of Gondor. And Boromir shouldn't be here. Faramir should be. Faramir's the one who's been having the prophetic dreams about it. Aragorn is the true king of Gondor, but he's not ruling Gondor because of shenanigans. Gimli is the only person who is royalty and is supposed to be royalty. He's a true prince, exactly where he's supposed to be, and you kind of get that impression that he's doing a princely duty. He's like, yeah, you know, I'm here because some of our people went to Moria, and we haven't heard anything since, like, 8 months ago. I want to know if they're okay, because that's my duty. And I also want to help save the world of men, elves, and dwarves, because that's also the right thing to do and my duty. Yeah. Also, sorry, some plot shit just happened.
Plot.
Yeah.
We're gonna interrupt, but now that we're at the end of the thought, plot. Which Odin just acted like every bad saga dad. Yes, also classic narcissist, but there's one story, the short saga of Thautor Staffstruck, where, like, the dad, after the plot wraps up, the saga hero's dad tries to murder the principal antagonist of the saga because he's just that bad of a person. And so he's fundamentally, right, acts. This is a case where Odin, as you know, frankly, raging sociopath, horrible, the worst, is, like, acting in a very Norse saga milieu, when the rest of the game has kind of decided to move on.
Yeah.
Has been like, hey, what if the saga parents are wrong and bad?
Yeah. Intrinsic to Odin's arc is that he cannot change, so everyone else is getting better and Odin is getting worse.
Exactly, and it's just super interesting to me, right, that they clearly have read more than a couple sagas, because the idea of, I am the father, you do the thing, and I'm the strategist, is both resonant for the family dynamics, but also resonant as, like, an adaptational choice for a lot of these sagas, which deal with, like, 3 or 4 generations of just the same shit going wrong over and over again.
Yeah.
Oh boy. That's just gonna hurt, isn't it? There was no way out of that. Oof.
What you have to do is leave that part of the arena.
I ran the wrone direction. I backed myself into a corner.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, like, I see that there are the corners there, but none of them were on view, and I dashed backwards straight into a corner.
Yeah. But Lord of the Rings is in this very interesting position.
It's such an interesting piece of media when we're
Yeah.
like, I mean, almost any discipline you want to work out of.
Yeah. But, like, you can really tell because Tolkien put almost all of his Norse studies in the world building of the world, and then he put all of his life experience in the Hobbits. So the Hobbits' civilization is very, very familiar to a contemporary English audience. The story, the way that it handles Sam and Frodo is very much like, yeah, I lived through 2 world wars, I'm not going to pretend like it didn't have an effect on me. But everybody else is a mythical character. And the way they talk is like that. There's like that little bit of contrast where like Gandalf is going off about how like, oh, terrible dark things stirring beneath the earth, shadow and flame. And then Pippin's like, Gandalf's been saying a lot of cheerful things like that. And it's like, that is the best contrast between these things. Like, yeah, Gandalf will say the spooky shit. Pippin will be like, oh boy, yeah, anyway, food, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the characterization of the dwarves, I saw someone bring up the question of anti-Semitism in it, and it's, it's complicated, it's tricky. I think it would be silly to pretend that anti-Semitic or just generally Jewish stereotypes didn't play a role in the dwarves. I think it would be silly to pretend that they didn't play a role.
I think especially in The Hobbit, it would be somewhere between silly and foolish. By Lord of the Rings, it's a lot more complex.
Yeah, by Lord of the Rings, the dwarves are a coherent and noble civilization. Most of what we see of it is represented through Gimli and Glóin, and they're both framed as like very solid characters. They're not jokes. If anything, my complaint would be that the movies might have tapped into the same wellspring of stereotypes to be like, this one's gonna be silly and funny. And then again in The Hobbit to be like, for the characters that we're gonna take seriously, we're gonna make them look less dwarvish. We're gonna make them taller and, you know, less big noses. Anyway, like, because there was the thing is, it is possible that Tolkien was affected by anti-Semitic tropes that he absorbed uncritically during the course of his life. That was a very, very common thing. You may have noticed before
middle-class, rural English of South African heritage.
Yeah. You may have noticed that before World War II, it was kind of ramping up. But I believe at one point, like, the Nazi party sent him a letter that was like, Tolkien, hey man, you Caucasian? And he fucking schooled them. He was like, from the Caucasus Mountains, certainly not, and neither are any of you. And also, Jews are great, and I regret to inform you that I am not part of their esteemed civilization. And just kind of like that shit. And it's like, sometimes you look at that stuff askance, and you're like, oh, I don't know, I think that writer was putting some bad stuff in there sneakily. And sometimes it's like, he a little confused, but he got the spirit, you know? Like exactly. Tolkien had nothing but love and respect in his heart. And when he talked about how the world building was affected by his understanding of Jewish culture, he thought it was fascinating to envision a culture in diaspora and what it meant to preserve a civilization with nowhere to call home, which is why he wrote the dwarves he did in The Hobbit. Like, even if that's the less solid version, it's still like, hey, you know how much it sucks when your ancestral home, you know, the halls of your forefathers is full of a fucking dragon? Let's talk about that.
Now, Tolkien has a lot of problems, right? He's personally, like, super complex, grapples with a lot of it, but, right, he lives in a society that was quite anti-Semitic. I'm not going to pretend pre-World War II England was exactly a bastion of a safe haven for not Christian white people.
Frankly, almost nowhere during World War II was a safe haven for Jews, but
exactly.
Everyone likes to pretend that they were totes cool with it.
Exactly, but Tolkien also has a lot of anti-blackness and a lot of misogyny just kind of with the territory, especially in his professional career as an academic.
Yeah.
Stuart Hall could have been a medievalist. We could have had Stuart Hall.
Basically, my read towards Tolkien is that I do not begrudge him any of the difficulties he may have had writing women and writing, you know, dwarves as a fantasy exploration of things he observed in real-world Jewish culture. Because I think he did a really good job. I think there was no malice in his heart. for any of that. I think if he'd had more time and more inclination to think that stuff over, he would have come to some pretty good conclusions about it. And honestly, when it comes to reading anti-Semitism in fiction, no malice in it goes a long way for me compared to some other shit that's happened recently. Like Tolkien's angle was like, here's an interesting, noble people that aren't necessarily super understood, and they're, you know, they're not really necessarily super accessible to outsiders, but they're regal and cool and noble and smart and learned and you know, all that stuff. And it's like, it's still not great to stereotype, even if the stereotypes are quote-unquote positive. But compared to how it could look, which we've just had an eloquent description of in certain things that need not be named on this stream,
exactly.
You know, could be a lot fucking worse. That one I'll hold a grudge against. Tolkien, he's fucking fine in my book.
You know, that's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I see some people in chat have clearly been reading Dr. MRO, because they were mentioning the read of Sam as black, because sun-kissed skin is actually the description medieval lit tends to use for Ethiopians.
Oh, interesting.
And so when the same language is being used for, in Lord of the Rings for Sam, it's like, well, hang on. Tolkien knows this lit. Like, he made a career studying the lit that does exactly that. So, hold up. Let's put 2 and 2 together here and see what answers we come up with.
Certainly possible.
Exactly.
It's like, could have been intentional, could have been unintentional. Very cool either way.
You get something super interesting out of it regardless of whether it's author intent, and I care about that more.
And the fact that Tolkien has talked about how Sam is representative of the people he considered the absolute most heroic during the war, the simple, the formerly like lower class members of English society that shocked everybody, quote unquote, or you know, it shocked some people with how absolutely stalwart and strong they were. You know, when you have Frodo who takes it as far as the finish line and can't get it any farther. And Sam is the person who makes sure he gets that far in the first place. And like, if you read about Tolkien's experience in World War I, you know exactly where he places himself. Because Tolkien was, if I recall correctly, because of his family, kind of automatically given like a leadership position, you know, leading a platoon of people who would have just been like his you know, his fellow young adults back home, but he's suddenly in charge of them, and there's all this military hierarchy between them. And then he gets injured or sick and is sent back from the front, and while he's gone, his entire squad is killed. And so you look at him and you look at how he sees himself, and it's like, I didn't have what it took to tough it out. You know, I was broken by that experience, but there were people who weren't. People stronger than me, who are the real heroes. And we're in Frodo's head for almost the entire book. But Sam's the one that holds it together and takes it to the finish line, basically. And it's heartbreaking, but in a very, very uplifting way. The intro to the version that I was listening to had a discussion from Tolkien about how people say that he writes allegory and he says he doesn't, but he also acknowledges that he's not going to pretend like his experiences in life didn't affect the things he thought was important to write about. You know, he's very upfront about like what Sam represents, who's the real hero. And it's Sam. I mean, we all knew it. And I think in that context, the idea that he was like, let's see, I've got 3 like, I don't know, country aristocrat bougie kiddos, and Samwise Gamgee, the only one with sun-kissed skin, and the only hero, and the one person who was actually taking things home on like making it work all through the adventure. Who starts off in a position of servitude and then turns out to have hidden depths and then just sort of becomes the only person who actually like makes it work. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. This is a space where it's like, there's weird stuff if you want to, like, there are stereotypes here in every possible direction. A lot of them have bad associations. So
Yeah.
if you're like, oh yes, the one person who's a servant is also the one person who's explicitly black. Oh boy, okay.
Yep.
But
Yep.
you know, it's
complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Atreus just used a magic spell and killed Odin.
Well, it just took out his
Killed.
soul. He's not dead. His soul's
Exactly.
just a thing.
I'm pretty sure Sofna is sleep, but my dictionary is barely legible at that point of the dictionary, so I'm not 100% sure. The print was just bad, so it's almost illegible.
Aw.
Oops. But it's Sofna up professu, so I think it's like sleep now, or sleep away from this, sleep Kevan. Sleep here, so presumably in the orb. Sleep.
Oh, that nobody even tries to stop Sindri.
He has the right.
He deserves it.
Anyway, I was speaking earlier in Ragnarok about, you know, the problems of, well, this is a adaptation. In our descriptions of Ragnarok, 5 gods die. Tyr, killed by Garm. Odin, killed by Fenrir. Heimdallr and Loki, double gang.
Yeah.
Follow me, quickly.
Thor, killed by Midgardsormr and killing it. And Freyr, killed by Surtur.
I'm sorry, I just love angry about this. Giant stuff.
Giant stuff.
Excuse me.
This is, as far as I can tell, not... Chad, tell me if you disagree with me. But I don't feel like this was set up. At all.
Freyr didn't have to die. He didn't even have a, you know, I feel like if I had to go out, this would be the way I'd want to do it. You know, classic planting and payoff stuff.
Yeah. This feels like, in a question of, like, fate and prophecy and the ability to change, the fact that Freyr gets got because it's an adaptation of a source is just super interesting to me. I don't really have a good conclusion to it, but in a game all about fate and choices and, like, always being able to make a choice and prophecy not existing, there's a second layer of prophecy that the characters who have rejected the in-world layer of prophecy can't get away from.
Yeah, but also, like, I feel like they didn't even mention in the prophecy that Freyr's supposed to get got, and a lot of these other guys survived, so...
Exactly. No, this is fully just a... You have to be aware of Völuspá and the Prose Edda. Not Grove's prophecy in the game. Just read the Prose Edda, and, like, it's a player-only level of prophecy.
Funny man always goes first.
True. So, yeah. Yeah. This does feel like maybe it's a case where some stuff got on the editing floor.
Yeah, maybe.
That's my suspicion, is that there was supposed to be more stuff with Surtur and Freyr that got.
It also feels like maybe there was a version of this where Ragnarok actually did something useful instead of just immediately becoming a problem.
Exactly. So, the whole sequence, I think... Well, they were like, hey, we gotta finish the game now.
Yeah.
Plot.
No idea.
Aw, Thruth.
Thruth is okay.
I'm sorry. Thor. He tried. You know? I'm sorry I couldn't do more.
Aw.
Nothing will fix what you're feeling. But I hope there's some comfort in knowing Odin's gone.
Atreus.
There absolutely is.
Look.
Loki,
It was an honor to fight
You-
alongside a giant.
Well, they're being very generous about it.
No,
Telling Thruth, hey, I'm sorry, but at least I killed your sorry about your dad, but at least I killed your granddad.
I'm working with Hildisvík.
Hey, she took it well.
The rest of the Asgardians to Vanaheim.
Thruth does not need to be this generous about it. Sif, I'm glad, right, Sif, I think that's a good reaction of being like, yeah, that's absolutely a comfort. But Thruth only learned, like, a day ago, at this point. that her grandfather was actually horrible.
I get the impression that Thrud didn't really like Odin that much. Like, it's not that she hated him, it's just that she didn't really think about him much because her parents kept her away from him so much. That's the vibe I got anyway.
Yeah, that's the sense I get a little bit too, but she is very concerned with proving herself to him to become a Valkyrie. So thinks about it more in the abstract, I guess.
Lugan made it out.
I think it's implied that the conversation that Thrud and Sif had, where it's like, if we get rid of Odin, we can be a family again, is all that it took to convince Thrud that, like, okay, Odin's the problem.
Yeah.
Also, as chat pointed out, did see Odin kill Thor. So I think killing Odin is like, okay, yeah, you avenged him.
Maybe that was someone else.
Yeah.
Anyway, man, I'm really glad to
But
see
hey, contrary to Blue's expectations and fears from the moment he met Skilder, Skilder's fine.
Yeah.
Skilder was a bro the entire time.
We should have plenty to feed everyone.
No shit.
No shit? And hey, thank you for everything. We wouldn't even be
And
here
God,
without you and your
he's
friends.
another phenomenal outfit.
Yeah.
It turns out, maybe the answer is just that some of these outfits end up a little bit over-designed.
Yeah.
Not bad, but always just a little bit. And so, like, Angrbothos and Skilders, I feel like I like for the same reasons. And that's that they're like a really... They're simple, but they're modernizing something that's attested, at least partially, in the historical record.
Yeah,
and so it's bringing it up to a fancy character design, but grounding it in a way that works really nicely.
Yeah, but like if you look at what Atreus is wearing, it's like 4 outfits.
There's a lot going on in this outfit.
Yeah, the fact, like, I guess it's like a fundamental component to Atreus' character design that it almost, or at least in his base armor set, he's wearing the red like loincloth waist wrap thingy that Kratos had in the previous games with the meander design. And the fact that you don't notice that because so much other shit is happening is like, how much of a nightmare would it be to draw this character? A big one. So probably a little bit over-designed.
But it's not like the elves here are necessarily a ton better.
Yeah.
Like they've got big woven straps for days.
Yeah, but even then, it's fairly simple structurally. Like, those outfits have like 1 or 2 things going on. They're not necessarily great, but they are coherent.
Yeah.
Leader. The legend came before the man. But the man
That's alright.
himself was...
I like the character designs, I just wouldn't want to be an artist trying to draw them.
He was just so damn kind.
I think it helped that he was handsome.
This is true. And incredibly
That
charming.
suggests that they're just telling fables about Freyr.
Oh. Sorry. God, what a bunch of simps.
True. They are from his camp. He was their leader.
I know.
But they're still all simps.
Sorry, gotta find my father. God, so sweet though. I like that everyone's friends
now. Linda. You lit Skillsboth on fire?
Ha!
Jesus.
Adorable.
Aww.
Are those the ones that get married or something? I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, the light elf and dark elf that are married. Yeah.
Aww. I cannot tell what gender either of them are. It's good elf energy.
Exactly.
The family
Oh, yes! Hugs!
Yes.
Hugs for the boy!
Hugs!
But there's comfort in the family I've chosen. Your mother was right.
I like that they're friends now, considering, you know, he is directly responsible for the death of her son. But
Speaking of which, the mistletoe arrow tip.
Oh.
That Freya took from us 40 hours ago.
Yaw.
Yaw.
Thank you.
I heard Freyr had an 8-pack. He was shredded.
True.
This is just like the closure and catharsis train. And it's got
sure is.
no breaks. Oh,
Sure
somebody
is.
was the design diatribe for 10,000.
Exactly. Raptorus, what's the topic? You know the rules. The 10,000 channel points.
You listen to me.
One is you guys get make us rant about historical design in something. But
You're basically another
gotta
dad.
give us some direction, because if it's just about the game, there was 45 hours of game. And that's a bit too much to try and sum up.
You too held his
I hope Lunda builds Mimir a robot body for the next game.
True.
I like always having all these beautiful heart moments with everybody, and then with this guy, it's like, oh, nice to see you. Yeah, nice to see you too.
Good to see you.
We've had 2
We
conversations.
existed. Yep. Oh, is it puppy time?
You did so good today, boy. I'm so
Yeah, Angerbo is still up this way.
Show me the pup.
Well, know what your favorite and least favorite part of the game overall, and how you feel this game addresses Norse stuff in modern pop culture, especially in its rejection of MCU Thor. Yeah. Yep. That's going to be what we talk about at the end of the game here, while the credits are rolling. But I think that's a great summary, and I do have some very, very clear thoughts on it.
Yeah. That's good,
But
because I might
firstly-
need to tap out as soon as the credits start rolling.
That's fine. There's about another maybe 5 minutes of cutscenes, and then we'll be okay. We've got to have a dad boy moment. And a good popper moment.
Oh, he's so big.
I love him. I'm sorry, if you give a doggo just like big brown eyes and just make it bigger, I'm just completely lost.
I believe our generation was inextricably affected by Totoro, where we saw somebody fully faceplant into a giant friendly mound of fluff, and we were like, God, I wish that were me.
God, you and Magistress have been on the exact same wavelength the entire time. Like, Magistress had just mentioned Totoro.
Yeah.
As you were saying that.
Giant visions? I already saw it.
Oh no, he got a boo-boo on his snoot.
No.
I love it. We immediately all become baby.
This is what I have to do. I just don't know how to say it.
Aw.
Come with me. I've got something I want to show you. Both.
Aw. Hi, Kratos.
Sneaks up on you pretty well for such a big, clanky guy.
This is for you too.
Yeah.
I do not
Also,
wish to intrude.
he's trying so hard to be like delicate and careful. Fenrir also has the toofs, and they're adorable.
Yeah. Just a big old vampire doggo.
Look, yeah, the paws are a bit rough, but look at those toofs. Look at him. Hi.
Pet.
Pet.
Pet him! Give me the button prompt!
I know, right? You cannot pet the puppy or this makes me sad.
Outrageous.
Uh-huh.
I desperately hope that in Tears of the Kingdom they will let you pet the dogs, or they will do the thing they did in Twilight Princess, where you don't pet the dog, you pick it up, and you cradle it like a baby with its head on your shoulder, and you can just run around as much as you want in that space with the dog.
Yes.
I cracked and pre-ordered it last night. I mean, there's no universe in which I didn't get the game, so you know, may as well get on it quick.
Aw. Kratos changing the ending of his fables.
He wished to keep living.
Oh, in the original version, does Death just kill the guy?
That's very strongly the implication, is that he just kind of gives up.
Tracks.
Because the old man is Kratos, and Kratos thinks that this is it. In the end, he doesn't change.
That's not what I brought you here to see.
Well, but he survived, so we're gonna make up a new ending. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Also, Chad is very helpful in letting us know that they received petting the pupper for the postgame.
Incredible.
Honestly, a bold decision. How else are you going to get people to continue playing after the story than by promising puppy pets?
I hope that Link's fucked up arm lets him talk to dogs just like he could when he was a wolf.
Yes.
That's my thing they're never going to put in the game, but I hope they do.
What it sounds like is that you want Twilight Princess 2, which is a mood.
I'll just settle for Twilight Princess on the Switch. I don't know why they're keeping this from me.
Good point.
I want to play the Cowboy Werewolf Zelda game.
Me 2.
Sorry, the cowboy werewolf versus alien invasion Zelda game.
Me too.
They couldn't pick a genre, so they went with all.
It's such a good game.
She went against her own people.
It is the original ending. It's Aesop's Old Man and Death. Okay. Good to know. I mean, it makes sense that it's another Aesop fable. Kratos finally learned how to tell them.
I'm sorry.
But... Right, I mean, the look in Kratos' face made it very clear that he didn't think he was getting out of it.
Yeah.
Father,
Ah.
I need to talk to you about something. There are other giants up there. And I've got to find them. I think I know where to look, but they're my responsibility.
Aww.
I need to do this alone. I don't want to do it alone, but I need to. It's hard to explain.
Does it frighten you?
Yeah.
That is why you must do it.
Like you taught me. Yeah.
We survived.
He's going off to college now, says chat.
Yup.
Who to call friend. Son. You are ready.
I like how he reads it out and you're like, he's gonna go for the hug, but then no, it's Kratos. He goes for the shoulder.
Yeah, exactly. Look, this is the closest he gets.
Wow. And we get the forehead touch because he's too much of a coward to snuggle.
Exactly.
Loki will go.
Aww.
Atreus.
Do it, you big bitch. Oh, it's coming.
There it is.
Oh, pain. Oh, I held it together through the whole thing.
Aww.
This is what we've been rooting for since the last game. Kratos, become emotionally stable enough to hug your fucking kid.
True. And not like hesitant, oh no, I don't know what to do, panic hug, like after the Garm sequence.
Yeah.
Full on, good hugs.
And it's like, Kratos is a big dude. He's got to give great hugs. It's just he's never done it in his life before.
Exactly. Also, he gets to watch these two be cute. God, it's so good. Also, these two are adorable.
You know, they could have broken some hearts by having Kratos say something like, be nice to have a daughter again. Yeah.
Holy, no, Red, you can't do that.
Oh, the pain is already there. I just let it out.
But
he ships it.
He does. I mean, did you hear the way he was like, I don't wish to intrude? He was like, oh.
He's like, are you guys gonna kiss or something? Because I can be literally anywhere else.
Yep.
Into the sequel he goes!
Goodbye, Atreus. But we are not done yet. There's
Not quite.
one more revelation.
Atreus remains. Oh.
Aw.
I feel like they came up with that line early because the way that they've built up who calls him Loki, who calls him Atreus, because I don't think Kratos ever calls him Loki.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
He specifically says, no, you can be Loki or you can be my son earlier.
And the fact that, like, Loki has a grand destiny, Loki is the subject of prophecy, but Atreus is Kratos' son. On the subject of, like, characters escaping their fate, the fact that he was supposed to be called Loki, and Kratos was like, no, we're not doing that, is like, oh yeah, BT dubs broke my fate a little bit, you know, for shits and gigs.
Yeah. Anyway, Loife left one more thing.
And it's
Seeing
funny to
all
me
of
that
it
this was
and-
just round the back. Like, they
Just
could have
behind.
all seen this.
Yep. But fully painted over.
Mm-hmm.
Painted over the funeral scene.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's something incredibly powerful about how Kratos has clearly never even considered the possibility that he could be loved and worshipped as a god, even though he's been a god since the first game.
Yeah.
Like,
And
what does that
Odin-
actually mean?
Yeah, and Odin actually pushed this earlier. Another bit of phenomenal writing.
Yeah.
Right, whereas, like, do you have any idea what it means to be loved, what it means to be worshipped?
Mm-hmm.
Kratos fully doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, he's never wanted it before.
Yeah.
He was very dismissive of mortal lives in previous games.
Yeah. And it's
And what now?
so, like, I know they're going to make more God of War games because these games made gangbusters and there's no way Sony's going to be like, yeah, you know, let's let this IP rest for a bit.
They left too many sequel hooks available.
I hope they let it rest for a bit.
Mm.
And
Well-
then when they do, it's like, we move on and it's not Kratos anymore because Kratos can be fine.
If they take long enough for Atreus' actor to, like, hit his early 20s, we could get young adult Loki content.
Yeah.
Redesigned. Cool.
Exactly. I don't know. I almost wish, right? But the trick is, like, I don't know. If they're trying to base it on, like, Loki's quest to find more giants or something, it's always going to, like, suffer from being stuck into the Norse milieu that they just, in my opinion,
Well-
perfectly satisfyingly wrapped up, right? If that's the excuse as to why he goes to, I don't know, Ireland or Egypt, I don't
There's
know, I
ways
don't-
to make that work specifically for Ireland, with the theory that the Fávara are a transplant, or
Sure.
a way that they made sense of Vikings. That the Fávara are Norse giants. Also, they've fucked with this stuff before. It would be trivial to be like, wow, this giant went all the way to Vinland. Like, it would be so easy. They could just do whatever they want.
Sure, I agree with you on that, but I don't know. I'm so satisfied with where the characters are that it's almost like I don't want more story with them.
I agree.
Because
Yeah.
the characters' arcs all wrapped up really nicely, and Loki can go forth and have adventures. And I don't necessarily want to be playing those adventures. I want him to go have them.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I feel the need to be playing them.
I agree. I think they need to have something really worth telling to make a solid sequel. I think they could think of one, but I think they need time to let this cook. Also,
Exactly.
this was super heckin' fun. I kind
This
of
was
need to
so fun.
scooch and like
That's
take care
fine.
of dinner and stuff.
That is perfectly understandable.
Perfect.
First, just thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, no problem.
You, and,
Thanks
you
for having
and
me.
Blue alike. This has been a joy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but well, you gotta get going, chat. Everyone, wave goodbye to Red.
Bye, everybody. Behave.
And while the credits start rolling, but we are not quite done on our end.
That's right. There's more, but I will.
There's
be
a
here.
design diatribe.
Bye.
Notably different from a detail diatribe, which you
completely
should go over
different.
to their channel on Friday for.
Yeah. Stay tuned for that. All right, bye, everybody.
Bye. So we had the redemption of a design diatribe, which is specifically looking at the summary of the game, mythologically and historically, what it does super well, things we don't super like, and how it responds to other media. Firstly, I think the big thing is that how does it compare to God of War 2018? Mythologically, I think this is a little bit less focused, right? This is a little bit less, like, laser focused on father-son from the previous game. But overall, I think this is pretty much a step up across the board. My complaints with God of War 2018, one of my big ones was the relative lack of diversity, right? Diversity in terms of enemies, but also diversity in terms of who the characters are, who are the good guys, who are the bad guys, and kind of still falling into a very traditional idea of, Norse masculinity. And the Norse world as being fundamentally an isolated Scandinavian white one. And this game is just a huge step up, right? This is a place actually where they're doing something similar to Marvel, is that they look at the Aesir, and they look at the Vanir, and both Marvel, especially the MCU, and the God of War, look at that world space and go like, ooh.
What happened?
If we're committed to this idea that the gods are all like super duper white, this is kind of gross. It's kind of not good.
She will be a problem for
But
us. Better we find
so
her
they
than she finds us.
quote unquote insert, and by insert I mean accurately reflect, diversity of the period with Angerbrother, with Hildisvini, with MCU's Heimdallr. Right? They get to see all of that and make it all very casual. Don't draw attention to it. Let these characters exist as fully realized characters who are people of color. That's super cool. That is the most important thing they can do, as they make this world space more expansive, more diverse, and incorporate more realms. Like, fundamentally, I still don't necessarily super duper 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 love the idea that the Greek realm and the Norse realm are like, never the twain shall meet apart from a few extravagant individuals. But they do enough to like overlap and layer it with like Vanaheim having some like vaguely African flora and fauna, like baobab trees, and Jotunheim being like super vibrant and green and alive, and look at, I don't know, Yellowstone for Svartalfheim, really does a lot to bring up a bunch of other options. And so really expanding this world space lets them do a lot. And they make up a lot of stuff, right? A lot of the character work is a bit over-designed. But, like, overall, there's just a lot to love about this. There's just so much. There's so much to love about this.
Don't worry about it. Anyone who's able can head out.
Yeah, I think the two things that does, or three things it does super well that are the most important are, firstly, you know, diversity. Secondly, the breaking down the idea of like the Norse world as necessarily and fundamentally like toxic and hypermasculine. Like, this is like technical jargony stuff, but right, the sagas, people who like toxic masculinity fucking love the Norse sagas because the Norse sagas revel in it. Even though everyone ends badly, and it's only through like Njál Saga in particular explores this. The idea that it's through the rejection of the feud structure and the radical act of forgiveness is what finally ends the saga. Right? That's the thing that finally ends the saga, is that the two major people left, Flosi and Kauri, in this really radical act of forgiveness on Christmas Day in about 1016, agree that enough is enough and they just forgive each other for all the harm that was done. And this game takes a similar approach there of like the radical acts of rejecting the social structure, rejecting the idea that we must inherit this and continue it, and from other place, right? This game responds to that same impulse in the later saga corpus to realize that this world space, as written, really sucks. And really sucks means that we have to, like, change it. And that is within the power of people in the Norse world and within the modern world. So, it's super duper duper cool that we get to see that. So, you know, we get this expansive world that is diverse, that responds to and rejects the saga tropes, and that it like, really lets us explore what mythologies are good for in the 21st century, right? I think this is an example almost par excellence of what can we do in the 21st century with mythology inherited from thousands of years ago. Because the reasons why it's valuable to us are not the same reasons why it was valuable to people 1,000 years ago. There's overlapping reasons, right? If you are, you know, a Norse neo-pagan, good on you, right? You have more overlapping reasons of belief than I do with the Vikings.
Mimir, there's something I
Peter,
wanted
we
to
are
ask
not
you
going to be
about.
doing any post-game content. We're just
King's
finishing up
Esteem
here, and then we're
told me
calling it a
about
day.
your visit to secure Hel's
Well,
honor,
Brock's funeral is very
but was
good.
reluctant to elaborate when
It
came
is
to
not
negotiating with
something we're
Castle.
going to have time to do today.
Yes. Well, I
Uh,
can see why he'd hold off on such a subject until he saw
but
you
yeah.
survive the battle.
Right? The reasons why it's valuable to an audience who does not believe in these gods
Nothing too
are
It's just that she'd like
what does it tell us about ourselves, right? These are fictional characters
Hell's
with
evil
fictional,
wants to retire?
you know,
Indeed.
fictionalized
And don't ask me what he
histories
expects to do with her
and
free time.
manipulate
I
the
assure
source
you there
material
is
we have
no
inherited
reassuring answer.
around those
Can she even
histories.
do that?
But the act of adaptation, the act of retelling,
Apparently
is
so. She just requires relief.
one that fundamentally,
Someone else to
right,
step
this
in
game
and
takes the
become
approach
Hell,
correctly,
as it were.
that it
Not exactly an office many would wish
asks us to be
occupy.
better,
Aye.
use the mythology
Terrible
to be
weather,
better
infinite
versions
hours,
of
and the
ourselves,
possibility of
and to
unleashing
imagine
terrible
our
mischief on the
world
realms
as
if
a
they're
better
careless.
place, and to
Or
use
worse,
mythology
if
as
they
a
are
way to
completely
reach
trustworthy.
healing,
But if she was able to
collectively,
count her
and individually as players, but collectively as families and as communities who go through the same things as what they are representing in this portrayal of the gods. And that's not the only lesson you can learn from these, right? This is by no means the only lesson there is to learn from the gods, and from Norse mythology in 2023.
Tell a story.
It is, however, a really powerful one, and I think there's a lot of space for like a really interesting continued adaptation in this trend that is not willing to just let the sources speak for themselves, but actually like push on them to create a more inclusive and a more wholesome imagining of the world. So yeah, I think that wraps up our design diatribe and therefore wraps up today's stream. Once again, if you enjoyed that, especially if you enjoyed me trying to put those thoughts together, end up a bit repetitive, but still, piece those thoughts together, hit that follow button. We are one away. Whoever hits that button first is going to be the lucky 3,000th follower. You want to be that. I mean, look, like, we're functionally at 3,000. It's awe-inspiring to me that, like, 3,000 people have come in here and been like, yeah, I want to see this, even for a little while, and just hit that follow button and be like, yeah, I want to see more of this. I know not everyone can make every stream. Not everyone can necessarily wants to make every stream. But I'm so grateful to all of you who joined in, sat around, lurked, chatted, all that stuff. It's so cool to see that there is an audience for this sort of stuff. And as we go forward with Ludo History, trying to keep expanding this and keep trying to be, like, really a collaborative experiment in doing history and media in more ways and more times. I hope you all enjoyed this enough to consider coming back for future streams. Obviously, Red and Blue won't always be around, but I often have guests on sharing their perspective, sharing their expertise, and trying to really be that inclusive chill vibe. So I hope you are interested. If you are interested in that, I hope you will join us for future streams and for future big games. But before I get too sappy, I think I am going to leave it off here. So once again, a warmest thank you. A round of applause to all of our guests, Red and Blue for being phenomenal co-hosts, and to all of our guests, Felix, Luca, Lynn, Declan, Basil, Katie, and Claire, right? 7 phenomenal scholars doing really interesting work that we have had on to talk about this game and share their perspectives and their conversations. To all of them, a huge thank you, because collaboration only works if you have good collaborators, and they were the best collaborators I could possibly ask for. So, and lastly, thank you to all of you for tuning in. We'll be back probably, I think it's going to be on Tuesday, is going to be next time we're back. I've been playing a lovely game called Season, where we get to play as an archivist. We're going to be playing more of that. I have a degree in cultural heritage studies, so, like, thinking like an archivist in that world has been incredibly chill, incredibly fun. So hopefully I'll see you all then for that. But until next time I see you, whenever that might be, I hope you'll have a lovely rest of your nights. And thank you all for joining me for God of War Ragnarok. Alright, bye-bye.